Chapter 989, Divine King Domain. Chapter 989, Divine King Domain. Forget about Yi Yuan, an outsider. Even the White Tiger clan's own people probably never thought of this possibility either. The Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan had never considered themselves to be of the White Tiger clan. Furthermore, the two sides' legacies were also vastly different. And, Body could have thought that these two clans were actually one family countless years ago. "Boy, you come with me," the Tomb Guardian suddenly said to the White Light, still in the midst of shock. White Light became absent-minded and said to Yi Yuan, "Big brother, let's go." The two people were just about to move when the Tomb Guardian suddenly turned his head around and said, "You come, he stays. How can the White Tiger clan's matters be known by an outsider?" White Light's face fell, and he said, "Unhappily, there have never been any secrets between Big Brother and me. If Big Brother is not going, I'm not going anymore either." With the relations HI+P between White Light and Yi Yuan, the Tomb Guardian actually made Yi Yuan wait outside. He naturally had 100 objections. The Tomb Guardian's face fell, and he said, "Although you're of the perfect White Tiger physique, you have yet to reach 1/10,000th regarding the development of the White Tiger physique. Do you know what kind of good fortune I'm giving you by bringing you inside?" White Light said coolly, "Big Brother and me advance and retreat in unison. If Big Brother isn't going, even if you're letting me advance to Deity realm, I don't give a D-M-N either." Yi Yuan did not make a sound by the side. He naturally hoped for White Light to become stronger, but he was even more aware that persuading White Light at this time had no use at all. If it were him, he would do so as well. Unbelievably foolish. Plus, the Tomb Guardian was badly angered by White Light's stubbornness and said with a cold snort, "If I forcefully bring you inside—" But White Light did not have the slightest bit of fear and said with a snicker, "Then maybe you and I will have to have a battle." The Tomb Guardian laughed from extreme fury and said, "Ha! What high-sounding sentiments. This brat indeed has quite a number of trump cards, but using to deal with me, it's far from enough." His words were naturally said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's so-called trump cards he had seen through with a glance. These things were very terrifying to the outside world, but to him there was nothing to be scared of at all. Of course, it was still due to Yi Yuan's cultivation realm being too low. If Yi Yuan was Divine King realm, even if he was any more arrogant, he would not dare to utter such words either. Hoo-hoo, I'm also very curious just what kind of strength the Tomb Guardian has. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Looks like the two of you both think highly of yourselves. Not making you guys suffer hearts. HI+P, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The Tomb Guardian's face turned cold. A faint aura instantly spread out. This aura was completely different from Head Elder's shocking momentum. It had a kind of noiseless and quiet feel, but it was precisely because so that it seemed even more terrifying. All of a sudden, the two people's surroundings became pitch black, unable to see one's fingers when extending one's hands. Yi Yuan's expression changed as he said, "Divine King Domain." The Tomb Guardian said with a laugh, "You, boy, are really quite knowledgeable. At present, in the Divine Realm, the people able to display a Divine Realm domain can be counted on one's fingers. I didn't expect that, at your young age, you actually even know this. This is the Darkness Domain. It can engulf everything, including essence energy and soul force. White Light boy, as long as you cultivate with me, this will be effortless to you." At this point, the Tomb Guardian still did not forget to use the Darkness Domain to tempt White Light, but White Light was not the least bit moved. He said with a cold smile, "Just a Darkness Domain. I don't believe that without you, this young master can't learn it." Yi Yuan also said with a faint smile, "Just a darkness domain. You're also looking down on us brothers too much." The Tomb Guardian could not help feeling stifled. He was actually being belittled by two juniors. "Then let you guys experience what's called domain power." The Tomb Guardian's face turned cold, directly merging into the darkness. The so-called domain power was actually after comprehending concepts to a certain boundary, grasping the power of laws within a certain radius, and forming a small-scale domain. Inside this domain, the martial artists themselves were the absolute sovereign. The current Yi Yuan and White Light were turtles in a jar in the Tomb Guardian's eyes. But before he took any action, his figure was suddenly forced out of the darkness, and the darkness domain also instantly burst open. "Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil, you actually even have the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil on you." For the first time, the Tomb Guardian was surprised when facing Yi Yuan. The Tomb Guardian did not plan on doing anything to Yi Yuan, but making the two of them suffer a bit of hearts. I plus P was very necessary, but when he was just about to take action just now, he suddenly entered a trance. With his strength, wanting to make him fall into an illusionary realm was naturally not that easy of a thing. But with this, the darkness domain collapsed on its own without being attacked too. Once the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil was unleashed with full power, even if the Tomb Guardian's strength was exceedingly formidable, he would not dare to easily oppose either. Of course, that way, Yi Yuan would become a dead dog again. Yi Yuan only displayed his strength for a bit just now, scaring the other party into retreating, and did not truly unleash the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil's power. The Tomb Guardian looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing a look of terror. He thought that he already saw through Yi Yuan, and even saw through the divine artifact. What kind of trump card could Yi Yuan still have? But Yi Yuan actually really still had a trump card. In the divine Tao era, the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil was a widely known existence too. How could the Tomb Guardian not know its prowess? Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak. However, the Tomb Guardian let out a sigh and said, "Forget it. You boy, your good luck is seriously too shocking. Since White Light Boy insists, you come in together then." Finally, the Tomb Guardian still relented. The moment White Light heard, he exchanged a glance with Yi Yuan and could not help showing a knowing smile. The two people gradually walked over towards the depths with the Tomb Guardian, but the undulations flowing out from within the memorial tablets became stronger and stronger. All of a sudden, the two people instantly felt the pressure on them soar, and could not help being alarmed inwardly. This foot striding over, it was as if they entered another world. Starting from here, it's the rear hall of the land of ancestral spirits. The memorial tablets, housed here, are all deity realm powerhouses. Even the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's patriarchs are absolutely not permitted to take a single step in here too. Otherwise, kill without mercy, said the Tomb Guardian, nonchalantly as if talking about a trivial and ordinary matter. But White Light curled his mouth and said, "In my view, your strength is also merely on par with the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's patriarchs, right? Based on what to kill him." Based on what? Based on this. A sword suddenly appeared in the Tomb Guardian's hand. The moment this sword lit up, beams of light actually appeared on these memorial tablets and closed in on the sword body. White Light and Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, staring at the sword in the Tomb Guardian's hand in disbelief. The undulations coming off of the sword body absolutely Serpa. Said Divine King Realm. This sword SLA's. Plussing out was absolutely able to annihilate any Divine King Realm expert. The Tomb Guardian's hand that was holding the sword shook, and those White Light actually returned into the memorial tablets once more, making the two people click their tongues in wonder. The two people followed the Tomb Guardian and came to a Sias Hall. And the two of you wait here. I'll go and take care of some business. Make sure not to simply run around, or else bear the consequences yourself. As he said these words, the tomb guardian turned into a side hall and disappeared. Chapter 990, Tomb Guardian Lineage. Chapter 990, Tomb Guardian Lineage. The heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's ancestral temple's sacrificial altar was specifically used to offer sacrifices to the ancestors. Of course, there was still another function here. It was used to communicate with the tomb guardians of the land of ancestral spirits. Currently, Head Elder already took a bath and put in clean clothes and arranged an incense burner table and sacrificial items for use nicely. Several divine king powerhouses all stood respectfully by the side, with a look of solemnness and respect. Done with the preparation works, Head Elder Pan Een respectfully took out 3 sticks of incense, lit them seriously in earnest, and after 3 bows inserted them into the incense burner table. There were 2 outsiders who intruded into the land of ancestral spirits today and interrupted the ancestral spirits' peaceful rest. Unfilial child, Pan Een, is gripped with fear and requests the spirits of the ancestors to make an exception and let this one enter the land of ancestral spirits to capture the outsiders. Head Elder enunciated each word, saying it extremely devotedly. After his voice faded, the array formation on the sacrificial altar suddenly lit up brightly. Coils of incense smoke above the incense burner were seemingly devoured by something vanous. Plussing from sight. Pan Yin's face revealed a look of antic. 1. Asian. This sort of thing. Presumably the tomb guardian should not disagree, right? After 15 minutes, above the sacrificial altar finally had a reaction. Head Elder had a look of antic. 1. Asian, staring fixedly at the incense ashes burned out by the 3 jaw sticks. Incense ash drifted, gradually condensing to form a word shape. All of the divine kings stared at that place without blinking. But very soon, the expressions on their faces became very ugly, while Head Elder's expression was even grim until it was almost dripping water. It was clearly not Head Elder's first time communicating with the tomb guardian already, but the words that appeared this time made him perplexed and also aggrieved. The incense ashes condensed to form a large word, scram. Why is it like this? In the past, when communicating with the tomb guardian, it's either allow or not allowed. This scram word, what does it mean? A divine king said in puzzlement. Is there still a need to say? Of course, it's not allow, but the problem is, why would the tomb guardian want to use this word? Another divine king said. This word was seriously too impolite. Most likely, the tomb guardian is truly enraged. Otherwise, he wouldn't use this word to reply. Could it be us not guarding the land of ancestral spirits, made them infuriated? Head Elder's expression was incomparably ugly. He lived to a ripe old age and had yet to encounter this sort of situation before. Remove the incense burner table, then. Looks like we can only lie in wait. There's a possibility that the tomb guardian has already personally taken action. Head Elder finally still let out a long sigh and said, his strength was extremely formidable, but facing the tomb guardian's wrath, he still harbored fear. Inside the land of ancestral spirits, the tomb guardian was the most powerful existence. Even if he was a first-rate divine king, he could not go against the other party's wishes too. At the same time, inside the White Tiger territory, Rong Kuan also received the news that was sent over here. What did you say? They entered the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits. That place is highly dangerous. Hearing this news, Rong Kuan turned pale with fright too. Yes, Head Elder. From the news that was sent over, Ling 9 Hills was indeed captured by Yi Yuan already, but in the end, it still startled the heavenly fiend tiger clan's head elder, Pan. Finally, Yi Yuan was still intercepted. But in the end, Yi Yuan still escaped into the land of ancestral spirits. A divine king powerhouse said. Rong Kuan finally still let out a sigh and said, to be able to escape from Pan Yin's hands is already a miracle. The land of ancestral spirits was indeed their only way out, but their chances of survival aren't high. Probably at this moment, Pan Yin has already thoroughly sealed off the land of ancestral spirits. Even if they can come out from within the land of ancestral spirits, they would be hard-pressed to escape, even if they grew wings too. The divine king below was also very alarmed. When he heard this news, he was stunned for a long time as well. Forget about Yi Yuan. It was impossible for him to escape from Pan Yin's hands too. But Yi Yuan did it. He escaped from under Pan Yin's nose and barged into the land of ancestral spirits. One had to admit that this could be rated as a miracle already. Head Elder, what should we do now? That divine king powerhouse asked. Rong Kuan mused for a moment and instructed him. Gather the clan's powerhouses and hasten to the borders. Apply pressure on the heavenly fiend tiger clan. At this time, what we can do is also just this. Hope that white light is blessed and has a tenacious life, and is able to come out from inside the heavenly fiend tiger clan's land of ancestral spirits. That divine king's expression became austere as he responded, yes. Yu Mengli had just come out from close seclusion when Bai Pe came knocking. Seeing Bai Po's expression, Yu Mengli knew that Yi Yuan there probably encountered some accident. Elder Bai, how is Big Brother Yuan? Yu Mengli opened her mouth to ask first. Bai Pe hesitated for a moment, but still recounted the information he got from Head Elder there. Just earlier, Head Elder Rong Kuan specially summoned him over, making him come over to tell you, Mengli, this news. It was also considered taking the matter seriously, but Yu Mengli smiled after hearing it and said, I see, since Elder Bai came, why not come and drink a cup of tea? Bai Pe was stupefied by Yu Mengli's ATT. I tooed and could not help saying in surprise, isn't Miss Yu worried about young Master Yi at all? Yu Mengli said with a faint smile, of course I'm a little worried. However, Big Brother Yuan will definitely return safely. Bai Pe could not help being stunned when he heard he had mentioned the dangers of the land of ancestral spirits earlier, but Yu Mengli was still so confident. Where in the world did her confidence stem from? Before long, the tomb guardian appeared in front of Yi Yuan and white light once again. I'll come on out. The tomb guardian's nonchalant voice reverberated inside the great hall. Very soon, one silhouette after another flickered. Several dozen people actually appeared in the great hall all of a sudden. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan and White Light were both very puzzled. Who are they? White Light asked curiously. The tomb guardian said with a smile, they are tomb guardians too. So many tomb guardians? White Light could not help being dazed when he heard that. When have I said that the tomb guardian was just me alone? The tomb guardian said, mockingly, White Light, I'm called Fan Lin, the leader of the White Tiger Clan's tomb guardians. Our tomb guardian lineage is handed from generation to generation, but our mission will never change. That is to guard the ancestral spirits and defend the White Tiger Clan. If the White Tiger Clan is in danger of clan extermination, we're also the last barrier. Fan Lin said. White Light was alarmed inwardly as he listened. His face turned solemn, and he said to Fan Lin, guarding the White Tiger Clan, Lord Fan Lin and everyone have toiled and performed unparalleled merits. Please accept a bow from White Light. Fan Lin nodded slightly and said, our tomb guardian lineage can receive this bow of yours. Perhaps in the future, our White Tiger Clan will have to serve you as our master. This bow today I'll accept it on behalf of the ancestors first. All right, into formation. Under Fan Lin's order, each and every one of those tomb guardians swiftly moved positions. Their movements were extremely nimble. Clearly, they had already ed this set of array formation to the limits. Yi Yuan watched by the side, and was also endlessly shocked inwardly. These tomb guardians, each and every one of them had unfathomable strength. He seriously did not expect that the White Tiger clan actually still had such a terrifying force. All of a sudden, the array formation formed. The originally dim great hall suddenly radiated with a brilliant splendor. Roar! A pressure that was sufficient to decimate the heavens and destroy the earth spread out inside the great hall. Chapter 991, Atavism Dragon Soul. Chapter 991, Atavism Dragon Soul. An illusionary white tiger formed in the sky above everyone, just like this. Welcome the sacred ancestor for descending. Fan Lin brought the tomb guardian lineage and directly prostrated down towards this illusionary white tiger, appearing especially respectful. Although this white tiger was an illusionary body, the aura it exuded virtually made Yi Yuan and white light asphyxiated. The two people exchanged a glance, both seeing the shocked expression in the other party's eyes. The spirit of the white tiger had just appeared and was clearly not quite adapted yet. His gaze appeared slightly sluggish, but very soon he accustomed to it, and his gaze actually locked onto white light. And it's already been over 100,000 years since the last summoning, right? Summoning this sacred ancestor this time is for this young man, the white tiger said slowly, being stared at like this by the spirit of the white tiger. White light felt like his soul was about to leave his body. Fan Lin said respectfully, "Yes, sacred ancestor. In over 100,000 years, he's the first perfect white tiger physique that we've encountered." The white tiger's gaze landed on white light once more as he slowly opened his mouth to say, "Not bad. It's indeed the perfect white tiger physique. It's a pity that the degree of development is too low." Being stared at by the white tiger like this, white light's breathing became ragged. This spirit of the white tiger was too terrifying. Every movement naturally carried terrifying law undulations. The tomb guardian's aura was already terrifying enough, but compared to this white tiger, it was simply one in the sky, one on earth. Are you a deity realm powerhouse? White light asked, somewhat lacking in self-confidence. Ha! Ha! Hearing white light's words, the white tiger suddenly burst into laughter. Fan Lin's expression changed, and he hurriedly said to White Light, "White Light, don't be rude. Lord Sacred Ancestor is the first ancestor's grandson. Deity realm powerhouses have to lower their heads in submission in front of him too." Hearing Fan Lin's words, Yi Yuan and White Light trembled all over. Deity realm powerhouses had to bow their heads in submission too. How horrifying a strength did this require? This kind of boundary they were unable to imagine at all. 100,000 years already, what was after deity realm was already erased in history's long river. But without a doubt, between deity realm powerhouses had differences of superior and inferior too, and this white tiger sacred ancestor was clearly an extremely powerful existence among deity realm powerhouses. The spirit of the white tiger slowly said, "This world is already missing a portion of the laws. Wanting to break through to deity realm is as hard as ascending to the heavens. It's a shame for your perfect white tiger physique. All right, this sacred ancestor's time isn't much. Young man, how much you can advance will depend on your good fortune." The spirit of the white tiger extended a tiger claw and lightly tapped between White Light's eyebrows. White Light's entire body shuddered. a pained expression appearing on his face, his entire person suspending in midair. The spirit of the white tiger opened his enormous maws. A massive ball of light spat out of his mouth, and enveloped white light inside. The current white light seemingly returned to fetal breathing, his whole body giving off waves of light halo. Done with all these, that white tiger's spirit's gaze landed on Yi Yuan. That murky gaze made Yi Yuan's whole body feel uneasy, and actually made him have an impulse to escape. Regardless whether it was the previous life or this life, Yi Yuan had never had this sort of feeling before. But this sacred ancestor spirit was seriously too powerful. Yi Yuan quietly entered Heaven-Man Unity realm before forcefully pressing down this sort of thoughts. Why would you all let a dragon race's brat enter the land of ancestral spirits? The white tiger spirit looked at Yi Yuan, but the words he said made Fan Lin break into a cold sweat. Sacred ancestor, calm your anger. Fan Lin's words were only said halfway when Yi Yuan interjected, Don't blame Senior Fan Lin for this matter. It was me who forced him. The white tiger's spirit smiled coldly and said, You, boy, are quite loyal. It's just that in the same era, my white tiger clan produced a perfect white tiger physique, but the dragon race produced an atavism dragon soul sup1/sup. This makes this sacred ancestor very displeased. Yi Yuan froze and could not help being baffled. Atavism dragon soul, what was that? Even with Yi Yuan's vast knowledge and experiences, he did not have the slightest inkling regarding this too. Perfect white tiger physique he still saw before in an ancient record, but atavism dragon soul he had not even heard before. Yi Yuan had yet to figure out the situation, but over there, Fan Lin's entire body shuddered, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Lord Sacred Ancestor, why you're saying Yi Yuan, he's actually of the legendary atavism dragon soul? Fan Lin turned pale with fright and said, How can this sacred ancestor's arcane eyes see wrongly? The spirit of the white tiger said coolly, But how is this possible? Yi Yuan, he is clearly a human. Furthermore, atavism dragon soul, it's hard to produce even one in 1,000,000 years. Even if it was personally confirmed by Sacred Ancestor, Fan Lin still felt that it was inconceivable. 1,000,000 years, even to deity realm powerhouses, it was an extremely long period too. A physique that could only appear every 1,000,000 years. It could be imagined how terrifying it was. White Light's perfect white tiger physique should be said to be a physique hard to come across in 100,000 years. But this atavism dragon soul was actually even rarer than the perfect white tiger physique. With your cultivation realm, you naturally can't tell. This boy seized possession and revived. It's just that he should be of the human race in his previous life too. This sacred ancestor is also curious that the atavism dragon soul would actually appear in a human. The white tiger spirit's words made Yi Yuan's entire body tremble. This was still the first time that someone could see through that he seized possession and revived with one glance. This white tiger spirit's strength was truly too terrifying. Fan Lin was even more incredibly shocked at this time. He could not quite dare to believe that with his strength, he was actually unable to see through that Yi Yuan seized possession to revive. The shock Yi Yuan gave him today was 100 times more intense than even White Light, this perfect white tiger physique. This Fan Lin stammered and actually could not even form a proper sentence. Yi Yuan forcefully reined in the shock in his heart and asked carefully, Senior Sacred Ancestor, this atavism dragon soul, what in the world is it? It was also no wonder that Yi Yuan did not know of the atavism dragon soul. This physique that was hard to occur once every 1,000,000 years. Probably only the white tiger spirit, this level of existence, could perceive it. But the white tiger spirit did not answer Yi Yuan, but scoffed, possessing an atavism dragon soul, and could actually be forced by someone to seize possession to revive. What a huge joke this is. If the dragon race's first ancestor is alive, he'll definitely be infuriated by you to death. Yi Yuan could not help choking up when he heard that. How would he know that he was some atavism dragon soul? It sounded very impressive, but it did not seem to be of any use. Hold on. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled, when he cultivated Dragon Wave, it seemed to be especially fast. Long tongue. This level of genius spent over 100 years to cultivate to Heaven Rank 2, but he only spent a short while's time and already infinitely approached Heaven Rank, including the coiling dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. Yi Yuan learned it very fast too. In the past, Yi Yuan did not feel anything, but hearing the white tiger spirit say so, Yi Yuan discovered that it really seemed to be somewhat different. Seems like he was especially suited to cultivate the dragon race's martial techniques. Could it be that it was because of this atavism dragon soul? Chapter 992, Sacred Rank Bloodline. Chapter 992, Sacred Rank Bloodline. Haha, looks like you finally detected something. The atavism dragon soul actually appeared in a human. What tremendous irony. If I didn't guess wrongly, you definitely wasted several hundred years of time in your past life, all the way until this life. Did you come across another lucky chance and cultivated the dragon race's cultivation method, right? The white tiger spirit actually started gloating over someone else's misfortune. One could tell that this white tiger spirit was actually somewhat jealous. Without a doubt, atavism dragon soul and perfect white tiger physique were both extremely rare among the 4 great divine beasts population, and the atavism dragon soul's degree of rarity was even higher compared to the perfect white tiger physique. Originally confirming White Light's perfect white tiger physique, Yi Yuan was also very happy for him. But he did not expect that he actually became some atavism dragon soul. Senior Sacred Ancestor, what in the world is the atavism dragon soul? Yi Yuan could not resist asking a second time. Humph, do you think I'll tell you? Want to know? Go to the Dragon Clan and ask. The white tiger spirit said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan could not help choking up when he heard that. This white tiger spirit was actually throwing a tantrum. Was this guy in front of him really the white tiger clan's Lord Sacred Ancestor? But at this time, the white tiger spirit's figure suddenly gradually became faint. Time is up. You all protect this boy well. Make sure not to have the limelight Serpa, said by the dragon race. This sacred ancestor is going. Done talking, the light on the white tiger spirit gradually became dim and finally turned into nothing. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was speechless for a long time. Did not think that entering this land of ancestral spirits, he actually encountered this sort of thing. He thought about it, clasped his hands, and asked Fan Lin. Senior Fan Lin, he did not even finish asking yet when Fan Lin stopped Yi Yuan from continuing to speak with a hand gesture and said meaningfully, even Lord Sacred Ancestor wasn't willing to say. You brat, don't make things difficult for me. This matter, don't bring it up again. Yi Yuan was at a loss for words and could only give up. But right at this moment, White Light suddenly let out a groan. A terrifying white tiger pressure instantly exploded, filling the entire great hall. White Light slowly opened his eyes. Standing in the air, he seemed like a high and lofty king, showing disdain for all life. Fan Lin's expression changed, and he immediately revealed a look of wild elation. He bowed deeply towards White Light. The other Tomb Guardians also revealed looks of admiration on their faces too. They bowed down together with Fan Lin. Congratulations to young patriarch for Sing the Sacred Ancestors test, breaking through to Sacred Rank Bloodline. The group of Tomb Guardians said in unison. White Light slowly nodded his head and said, Fan Lin, this time, I really have to thank you. Currently, Fan Lin's attitude towards White Light was like two different people compared to before. He said respectfully, This is where our Tomb Guardian lineage's duties lie. Young Patriarch doesn't need to be overly courteous. White Light nodded his head, but did not say any more. He floated down and stopped beside Yi Yuan. Big brother, I didn't expect that under our random stumbling, I actually obtained a Ma's Civ lucky chance in the land of ancestral spirits. White Light said to Yi Yuan, smilingly, towards White Light's present situation. Yi Yuan was very surprised too. White Light's strength increase was not high, but the White Tiger bloodline pressure released just now was clearly more than a level stronger than King rank bloodline. Yi Yuan knew that sacred rank bloodline was extremely hard to attain among the current demon races. In an era, there might not be one person who was able to reach it. But after White Light accepted the White Tiger Spirit's baptism, he actually directly broke through to sacred rank bloodline. This was a very terrifying improvement, because one more step after sacred rank bloodline was divine rank bloodline. When he reached divine rank bloodline, White Light would be able to break through to deity realm and became a true divine beast. This lucky chance could not be said to not be Haida White Light. Yi Yuan could refine pills to let White Light have breakthroughs in cultivation realm. But the bloodline of the demon race, he was powerless to do anything. This was an intrinsic factor. No medicinal pills could help. White Light's bloodline had reached king rank long ago, but there was still a tremendous distance from sacred rank. One had to know that even the White Tiger clan's patriarch might not be able to attain sacred rank bloodline too. But after the White Tiger Spirit's test, White Light actually directly advanced to sacred rank bloodline. If not for so, it was also impossible for Fan Lin's attitude towards him to have such a huge transformation. Ha! You, brat, are truly the White Tiger clan's young patriarch now. Sacred rank bloodline. Once this news is made public, the demon region will definitely be deeply shocked. White Light breaking through, Yi Yuan was naturally happy for him too. But White Light said with a smile, White Light being able to have today, isn't it still all thanks to Big Brother? If without Big Brother, I'd probably have had my young patriarch candidate rights stripped away long ago at this time. White Light's heart was like a clear mirror and knew that all this was given to him by Yi Yuan. Disregarding past matters, this time Yi Yuan helped him to clear his name first, then helped him to redeem his love, and also entered deep into the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan to rescue Feng Zhao's parents. Everything he bore it in mind. Although Yi Yuan did not say, White Light understood in his heart that Big Brother was surely shouldering a tremendous grudge. One day in the future, he would definitely have to offer a portion of strength. However, don't Big Brother want to know just what kind of existence the atavism dragon soul is? White Light looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile. The moment Fan Lin heard, he could not help turning pale with fright as he hurriedly tried to stop it. Young Patriarch, Lord Sacred Ancestor. White Light rolled his eyes at him crossly and said coolly, Is he close with me, or is my big brother close to me? Furthermore, Lord Sacred Ancestor is already not around. Even if I tell Big Brother, he won't know either. Don't worry. Fan Lin could not help choking up when he heard this, so he retreated to the side embarrassed. Sedley, the White Tiger clan's young patriarch, was actually close to an outsider to this sort of extent. What could he still say? These two people's feelings were excellent until it was simply like they were going to wear the same pair of pants. If the White Tiger Sacred Ancestor was aware of White Light's actions, he would probably be enraged until he stomped his feet, right? But Yi Yuan was pleasantly surprised when he heard and said, "En, you actually know? Quickly tell. That white tiger's sacred ancestor stifled me badly." White Light said with a smile, "I broke through to sacred rank bloodline and awakened a lot of inheritance memories. And among them just happened to have the atavism dragon soul's information." Yi Yuan chortled with laughter and said, "That white tiger's sacred ancestor deliberately wedded my apet. One, T, but probably never expected that him helping you awaken your bloodline. Just nice," answered my doubts, right? This result was simply getting enmeshed in a web of one's own spinning. However, White Light reigned in his expression and drew a deep breath as he said, "I really didn't think that Big Brother actually has such heaven-defying talent. If not for Lord's sacred ancestor seeing through with one glance, Big Brother's talent might really be buried. Even if it's me, I completely can't detect the atavism dragon soul too." Yi Yuan said, uncertainly, "This atavism dragon soul is really so impressive. More than just impressive, it's simply incredible to a heaven-defying degree. Dragon race powerhouses who possess an atavism dragon soul. As long as they don't perish, they can keep on cultivating to the founding ancestor's boundary. Lord's sacred ancestor's strength, Big Brother saw it already. Then how terrifying the dragon race's founding ancestor's strength is, don't need me to say anymore, right?" White Light himself also felt inconceivable saying it out. Chapter 993, Exiting Mausoleum. Chapter 993, Exiting Mausoleum, Dragon Race's founding ancestor. Yi Yuan muttered to himself. The white tiger's sacred ancestor's strength was definitely powerful to the extent that it made people unable to imagine. Then the dragon race's founding ancestor's strength could simply be described using connecting to the heavens and penetrating the earth. Cultivating to this sort of boundary was simply something inconceivable. Members of the dragon clan who possess an atavism dragon soul, regardless of what kind of dragon race cultivation method they cultivate, they will all understand with a snap. Furthermore, the cultivation speed is also unimaginable fast. It's just a pity that White Light swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Yi Yuan scolding with a smile, "You punk, even keeping me in suspense." White Light smiled and said, "Big Brother, actually, we're both about the same. Actually, the truly powerful, innate secret arts can only be displayed after Deity realm, especially your atavism dragon soul. To truly awaken, it requires waiting until post-Deity realm. But under this stretch of heaven, we're simply unable to step into Deity realm." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled bitterly to no end as well. How many outstanding talents did this world's great Tao throttle? Finally, Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "The white tiger's sacred ancestor said that this world lost a portion of its laws. Hence, we're unable to step into the Deity realm. It looks like wanting to attain the Deity realm, one must find back this portion of laws. In order to untie the bell, the one who tied it must undo it. Want to step into Deity realm, we probably still need to find the mystery of divine Tao disappearing 100,000 years ago first." Finding back laws sounded easy, but doing it was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Forget about divine king powerhouses. Even for deity realm powerhouses, how could getting back the laws of heaven and earth be that easy? White Light nodded his head, feeling that way deeply too. One could imagine it. Divine Tao disappearing and the laws of the world going missing, there was bound to be a huge connection. What in the world happened back then? This was the greatest unresolved case in these 100,000 years. Countless powerhouses wanted to seek out this secret, but failed to achieve it for all their lives. It's just that I don't understand. I'm clearly a human. Why would I possess an atavism dragon soul? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. This question clearly stumped White Light too. In his inheritance memories, there was only the atavism dragon souls information. But Yi Yuan's situation, there was clearly no precedent. Fan Lin listened by the side and could not help being speechless. These two brothers were truly enigmatic existences. He saw that it was almost time and went up to the two people and said, "Young patriarch, I'll send you out of the land of ancestral spirits right now. The White Tiger young patriarch coming into being. It's also time for the entire White Tiger clan. I'll go and inform the White Tiger clan and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan right now, and let them serve young patriarch as their lord." White Light's perfect white tiger physique appeared once every 100,000 years. Furthermore, through the spirit of the sacred ancestor, he broke through to sacred rank bloodline. Then, he was the White Tiger clan's jointly venerated young patriarch. The White Tiger clan had already been a pile of loose sand for many years. Along with White Light coming into being, it was also time for all of this to end. The responsibilities of the Tomb Guardians lied here too. Therefore, at the moment, Fan Lin could also scarcely wait and wanted to push White Light out. But White Light said, "No need for that. You just send me and Big Brother, the two of us, back to the White Tiger clan will do. The entire White Tiger clan, this matter, isn't something that can be accomplished at one stroke. With my present strength, I'm totally unable to make the two clans acknowledge allegiance. Plus, plussing me to the front of the stage right now has nothing to gain and everything to lose to both the White Tiger clan and me. This matter, just take it as an ordeal for me." Hearing White Light's words, Yi Yuan secretly approved by the side. White Light also matured now and did not lose his way because he obtained a massive lucky chance. Before truly maturing, being low profile was the best option. When he had the strength to truly call on the two clans one day, adding in Fan Lin's help, consolidating it would happen without extra effort. Although Fan Lin's strength was extremely formidable, he guarded inside the mausoleum all year round. Apart from cultivation, it was still cultivation. Regarding this sort of scheming against each other struggle, he somewhat lacked in understanding. In his view, the White Tiger's common lord coming into being, the members of the two clans should comply with orders and not dare to oppose. But in reality, how could it be that easy? But Yi Yuan's words, Fan Lin did not defy them. He nodded and said, "Yes, I respectfully abide by young patriarch's dermic decree. If young patriarch requires Fan Lin, feel free to give instructions. Will do." Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the land of ancestral spirits and immediately drew the attention of the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's powerhouses. Whoosh! In a blink, 3 Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan Divine King powerhouses each stood in position, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. At the same time, a signal shot up into the air. These 3 people were clearly notifying the powerhouses in the clan to come over. Head Elder's guess was indeed not wrong. Even the land of ancestral spirits didn't trap you guys to death. Brat, surrender without putting up resistance. You wouldn't think that by hiding for a couple of days, it can make us let you go, right? Oh, right, forgot to tell you. This region of S.P.A.C. is already thoroughly sealed off. Even if you comprehended heaven-man unity, it's also impossible to merge into heaven and earth. The 3 great divine kings chimed in one after another, warning Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's senses were very acute and knew that what the other party said was not false. This region of S.P.A.C. in the vicinity was already thoroughly sealed off by the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's powerhouses. There was no way of merging into heaven and earth at all. Except Yi Yuan and White Light did not have the intention of fleeing. Yi Yuan said to the 3 people coolly, "Where's Panin? Make him come out." "Insolence! to actually dare be disrespectful towards head elder. Wait till I take you down first. Then let head elder mete out the sentence. A divine king said with a cold snort. While talking, that divine king was going to take action to capture Yi Yuan duo. But right at this time, the two white tiger statues at the entrance of the land of ancestral spirits suddenly emitted a terrifying energy. Rumble! That divine king was directly sent flying, while the grand array painstakingly laid down by the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan's powerhouses was also immediately blasted apart. Instantly, Yi Yuan felt the shackles on him lighten, and he could not help letting out a light chuckle. He clasped his hands towards the mausoleum and said, "Senior Fan Lin, thank you very much." Done talking, Yi Yuan's body gradually became illusionary, directly merging into heaven and earth. With a sway, it was 1,000,000 miles away. But right at this time, a terrifying aura surged over from far away and actually locked onto Yi Yuan from far away. Humph, really lingering on relentlessly. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and merged into heaven and earth once more. However, Pan Yin did not go and chase Yi Yuan, but thoroughly sealed off his route. No matter how fast Yi Yuan's speed was, he still had to return to the White Tiger clan's territory in the end. Head Elder seemed to have expected it long ago, so he did not have the intention of going to chase at all. However, Yi Yuan did not dance in circles with Pan Yin, but directly met him head-on. When Yi Yuan approached Pan Yin, he immediately revealed his figure. Pan Yin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "What? Know that there's no way out and came out to surrender without putting up a resistance?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Old man Pan Yin, somebody wants to have a word with you. It won't be too late to come and be overbearing with me after hearing his words." Pan Yin snorted coldly and said, "Even if you bring out the Jade Emperor, you have to stay behind for me today, too." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders. Flicking his sleeves grandly, an archaic aura that had experienced that many vicissitudes of life emerged. Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan, obey the order. Immediately let Yi Yuan go. You're not to disobey. An awe-inspiring voice sounded out. Pan Yin's expression could not help changing greatly when he heard it. Chapter 994, Racking Up the Past. Chapter 994, Racking Up the Past. It was no wonder that Pan Yin's expression changed drastically. This archaic aura that had experienced that many vicissitudes of life were identical to the Tomb Guardian's aura, which was also to say that letting Yi Yuan go was the Tomb Guardian's Wisconsin H. Plus, but how was this possible? The Tomb Guardian was the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's Tomb Guardian. There was no reason to do it to this extent for a human boy, right? Recalling when he burned incense and prayed to enter the land of ancestral spirits, the message sent back from over there, Pan Yin was certain that the Tomb Guardian indeed wanted to protect Yi Yuan. However, this was something that made no sense. Pan Yin was very depressed right now, very depressed, expended such a huge effort. In the end, it was actually this sort of result. This made Pan Yin somewhat unable to accept it. But the Tomb Guardian lineage had an extremely special place in the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan. Even the Patriarch did not dare to defy the Tomb Guardian's wishes either, let alone him, this head elder. Seeing the look of hesitation on Pan Yin's face, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Why, does head elder want to disobey the Tomb Guardian's order? With head elder's seniority, you should be able to enter the land of ancestral spirits. But if you oppose the Tomb Guardians, forget about you. Probably the people in this generation will all be unable to enter the land of ancestral spirits anymore." Pan Yin's expression changed. When he heard that, Yi Yuan's words indeed jabbed his sore spot. Entering the land of ancestral spirits after death was an utmost honor to the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan. This was a kind of belief that came from the depths of the soul. Pan Yin was not able to stand aloof to, not being able to enter the land of ancestral spirits. This was what Pan Yin could not accept. What happened to you guys in the land of ancestral spirits? Why would the Tomb Guardian specifically do this sort of thing for you guys? Pan Yin said, solemnly. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, if you want to know, just enter yourself and ask the Tomb Guardian. If you can't enter now, wait until when you're almost dying, then going in to ask is also the same. Pan Yin could not help being exasperated. What? Head Elder really don't wish to enter the land of ancestral spirits anymore? Pan Yin's expression flickered erratically. After a struggle, he finally still moved aside. Yi Yuan Pa S, said by Pan Yin calmly. Suddenly, he turned around and said to him with a smile, oh, right, Head Elder, your Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and the White Tiger Clan are both tiger clans at any rate. How pointless is it to kill here and kill there for generations like this? If you guys unite, it would probably be sufficient to contend with the Dragon Clan already. Although the White Tiger Clan was powerful, their strength clearly diminished greatly after splitting. Among the 4 great divine beast bloodlines, it was the White Tiger Clan who were the weakest instead. It was also unknown what in the world happened between the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and the White Tiger Clan back then to actually make the 2 great clans slaughter last for so many years. Humph! It isn't an outsider's turn to meddle in the matters between our 2 clans. Pan Yin said with an angry snort. Yi Yuan spread his hands out helplessly and directly merged into heaven and earth and left. Several figures flew in. A few divine kings just happened to saw this scene and could not help being very surprised. Head Elder, why did that boy leave? A divine king said in bewilderment. Head Elder's face fell as he said, no idea why. The Tomb Guardian is actually protecting this boy from another clan. There must be something fishy about this. Let them all pull back. This matter still needs to be discussed at length. Pan Yin's words made all the Divine King's expressions change drastically. Yi Yuan broke into the land of the ancestral spirits. Not only did the Tomb Guardian not kill them, he even protected them to leave the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan. This was simply too fantastical. Splaz. H. Plus white light kicked over with a foot, directly kicking Ling 9 hills until he knelt on the ground. After coming out from the land of ancestral spirits, White Light's perspective towards the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and White Tiger Clan had a sieve change, but towards this Ling 9 hills, he had not the slightest hint of a good impression. Head Elder, this Yi was fortunate to not have failed the mission and brought Ling 9 hills back. Hope that Head Elder will keep your promise. White light and showers matters. The White Tiger Clan should be able to acknowledge it, right? This was the agreement between Yi Yuan and Rong Kuan. If Yi Yuan brought Ling 9 hills back, the White Tiger Clan would not interfere with white light and showers matters anymore. Additionally, Yi Yuan even rescued Shower's parents on this trip, letting her have no more worries back at home. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. Of course, the part of this trip where they truly benefited from was still inside the land of ancestral spirits. In there, white light completed a qualitative transformation, while Yi Yuan became aware of the secret of his atavism dragon soul. Inside the Great Hall, all of the patriarchs and elders, association's elders, all looked at Yi Yuan like they had seen a ghost. They were seriously unable to imagine how Yi Yuan completed this impossible-to-complete mission. Head Elder waved his hand and made people bring Ling 9 hills away. Compared to Ling 9 hills, what Rong Kuan was more interested in right now was still how Yi Yuan came out from inside the land of ancestral spirits, and how he escaped the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's layers of encirclement and returned to the White Tiger Clan. Yi Yuan, we heard that you entered the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's land of ancestral spirits. I wonder how you guys escaped. Rong Kuan said with a heated gaze. Escaped? Why is there a need to use escape, this word? We walked out openly and above board just like that. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Humph. Revealed your true colors, right? If you and White Light are not the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan spies, on what basis would they let you guys leave? Rong Yin gave a cold snort and signaled to several patriarchs with his eyes. Several patriarchs understood and immediately started loss. Plussing out at Yi Yuan. The Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan is heavily guarded. Even if you comprehended Heaven-Man unity, it's also not possible to capture Ling Nine Hills and bring him back, unless they deliberately let you capture. Losing a Line Nine Hills and planting a spy who's the young patriarch. This transaction is seriously too worthwhile. That Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's head elder's strength is extremely formidable. With your strength being trapped in the land of ancestral spirits, is there still a possibility of escaping alive? The matters previously, White Light did not get stripped of his qualifications. Rather, Rong Xian was stripped of his candidate rights. His father betrayed the White Tiger Clan, who still dared to believe that his son was innocent. Yi Yuan returning safe and sound this time, Rong Yin had long prepared statements for raking up the past, waiting for him here. Furthermore, regardless of which aspect, Yi Yuan being able to return safe and sound was something unthinkable. This excuse, it was not up to Head Elder to decide to not believe. Indeed, Rong Kuan revealed a pondering look. The other elders and patriarchs also nodded their heads continuously. It was true that Yi Yuan was very strange, and also true that he had a lot of tricks. But being trapped in the land of ancestral spirits, under the circuit stances where the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan was prepared, on what basis was Yi Yuan able to return safe and sound? Being attacked by so many patriarchs, Yi Yuan suddenly guffawed with laughter. Rong Yin's expression turned cold, and he said solemnly, "What are you laughing at? Could it be that what we said was wrong? If you have proof, prove it for us to see." Yi Yuan looked at Rong Yin and said with a smile that was not a smile, "I'm laughing that you guys are all morons. It's fine if you're dumb. Do you think that the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's head elder, Pan Yin, are as dumb as you two?" Rong Yin quickly stood up as he said with a livid expression, "Oh, then I'm all ears as to how we're dumb." Chapter 995, White Light's Counterattack. Chapter 995, White Light's Counterattack. If you are Pan Yin, would you force a spy into the land of ancestral spirits with great fanfare, then plant the spy in the White Tiger Clan? Isn't this blatantly telling you all that I'm a spy? Yi Yuan's words involuntarily made those patriarchs who called him into question choke. Yeah, between the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan and the White Tiger Clan, apart from the patriarchs planning out strategies in the headquarters, the ones who directly crossed swords were Pan Yin and Rong Kuan. These few years, Pan Yin's methods were plain for everybody to see. This sort of low-level mistakes, it was absolutely impossible for Pan Yin to make them. Even if it was putting up an act, this sort of play was also a bit too low-level and completely not like Pan Yin's style. Then tell me about it. Why Pan Yin would let you go? A patriarch said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Very simple, because he's afraid of the land of ancestral spirits' tomb guardian, while me and White Light are on very friendly terms with the tomb guardian. The moment these words came out, everyone turned pale from shock. Yi Yuan and White Light were actually on close terms with the Heavenly Fiend Tiger Clan's tomb guardian. This sounded unnatural, no matter how one listened. Humph. Still say that you guys aren't spies. I want to know why White Light, as a member of the White Tiger clan, would mix together with the Tomb Guardian. Rong In said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said with a laugh, not just that. White Light obtained a civ lucky chance inside the land of ancestral spirits. White Light, display your bloodline a little. Let the elders take a look at whether you have the qualifications to be the White Tiger clan's young patriarch or not. Yes, big brother. White Light voiced his sent and displayed his bloodline pressure without reservation. Right at that moment, he fully released his bloodline pressure. All of the elders, including head elder Rong Kuen, all turned pale with fright. Sacred rank bloodline. It's actually sacred rank bloodline. My G.O.D., how is this possible? Extremely pure White Tiger bloodline. I actually have an impulse to prostrate in wars. I+P. My eyesight is failing, right? White Light is just initial stage tier 9, and he actually broke through to sacred rank bloodline already. Truly, heaven is protecting my White Tiger clan. The elders' cries of exclamations sounded out everywhere. Even Rong In had a dumbfounded look too. Such terrifying bloodline power they had never experienced before from head elder 2. As for the patriarch, he was in a close seclusion state throughout the year. It was also unknown whether he broke through to sacred rank bloodline or not. But the problem was the patriarch was already advanced in years, while White Light's age did not even count as an adolescent in the White Tiger clan. When his strength reached the Divine King realm, who else in the demon region could be his opponent? Such a person not becoming the young patriarch. Who else was suitable to be the young patriarch? Only after being shocked for a long time did Rong Kuen spat out a long breath of turbid air. His gaze, when looking at White Light, became different. Little Light, what kind of fortuitous encounter did you obtain in the land of ancestral spirits to actually break through to sacred rank bloodline? How is the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's land of ancestral spirits able to let you glean considerable gains? Rong Kuen calmed his emotions down and asked. White Light said, I don't know about this either. I'm also very curious myself, but I saw the memorial tablet of a White Tiger clan's ancestor inside the land of ancestral spirits. Presumably, our White Tiger clan and the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan actually have some relations. I+P, right? The two clans' secret. White Light did not plan on revealing right now, but divulging a bit of rumor, let everyone have a score in their hearts too. White Light's words stirred up titanic waves in the White Tiger clan. What? The Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's land of ancestral spirits actually has the memorial tablet of a White Tiger clan's ancestor. How is this possible? The Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan's natural disposition is cruel and savage, completely out of tune with the White Tiger clan. How is it possible to have any relation with us? The Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan and the White Tiger clan are mortal enemies. It's absolutely impossible for the two families to have any relations at all. The various elders exploded and scoffed in contempt towards White Light's way of saying things. This idea that was handed down from generation to generation suddenly met with a turnabout. This made them instinctively reject it. White Light saw everyone's behavior and could not help exchanging a glance with Yi Yuan, rather helpless. Indeed, integrating the two clans was not that easy of a matter. All right, talk about this matter afterward. Sacred rank bloodline has an extraordinary significance to my White Tiger clan. I believe that everyone will also not have any more doubts regarding White Light's candidate ident. One tie. As for Yi Yuan, this seat knows that he has the ability to bring Ling Nine Hills back from the Heavenly Fiend Tiger clan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent him over. Now that he did it, this seat will naturally keep my word. That Feng Shao and her parents will stay in the clan, but their movements will receive strict surveillance. White Light, you should be able to understand, right? Rong Kun finally stopped everyone's discussing voices and set the views about this matter. White Light clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks to Head Elder for stretching the rules." White Light already said before, when I returned to the Flowing Light clan, I received the summonings of my inheritance memories. That's why I came back to the clan. Therefore, I'm absolutely loyal to the White Tiger clan. My sincerity, the sky and the sun can bear witness. Rong Kun nodded his head and said with a smile, "You are all tired. Go back and rest first. 10 days later will be the date of the young patriarch trial. At that time, the other 3 families of the Four Symbols family clans will all send people over to observe the ceremony. The 3 of you mustn't lose face in front of outsiders." After Rong Xian had his qualifications revoked, the Crimson Flame clan naturally had to select another person to replace Rong Xian. Therefore, the ones taking part in the young patriarch trial was still 3 people. It was just that after today, the other 2 people would probably have to become White Light's foil. White Light breaking through to sacred rank bloodline, this position of young patriarch. Only he could fill the post. But Yi Yuan also knew that Rong Yin probably would not let it go like this, and might fabricate something out of thin air. After everyone left, there was only Rong Kun and Bai Yi left in the great hall. "Head Elder, do you really believe what they said?" Bai Yi opened his mouth and asked. Rong Kun shot him a glance and said coolly, "Why wouldn't I believe? This seat won't be mistaken. Little Light, this child usually look reserved. Actually, his disposition is very pure and isn't suited to be a spy at all. Compared to Little Light, what this seat takes more notice of is actually still that boy called Yi Yuan." Bai Yi said with some surprise, "Oh, how so?" Little Light breaking through to sacred rank bloodline presently. In terms of potential, it should be much greater than Yi Yuan, right? Rong Kun shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Oh, Bai Yi, you made an error in judgment here. Yi Yuan, this boy, is absolutely a person with a great destiny. People who follow by his side will more or less be tainted with his destiny. You think about it. Because White Light followed him, that's why he could obtain such a heaven-defying lucky chance. It was also because he followed him that he could become an emperor realm powerhouse at a young age. Therefore, this trip, if Panin really killed Yi Yuan, it would be strange instead." Bai Yi's pupils involuntarily constricted when he heard Rong Kun's lysis. He knew that Yi Yuan was formidable, but had never considered the problem from this sort of angle before. Thinking this way, it was really like so. Head Elder's meaning is, our White Tiger clan have to be on friendly terms with Yi Yuan? Bai Yi drew a deep breath and said, "At the very least, mustn't be enemies with him." Rong Kun said, Chapter 996, Courting Death Irrespective of the Occasion. Chapter 996, Courting Death Irrespective of the Occasion. 10 days later, the White Tiger clan's young patriarch trial's grand ceremony started on schedule. This matter was a major event that had a lasting influence on the White Tiger clan. It might even affect the rise and decline for 10,000 years in the days to come. Therefore, regardless which of the Four Symbols family clans hosted this ceremony, they would generally invite the other few families to observe the ceremony together. On the one hand, it was to bear witness. On the other hand, it was to demonstrate the strength of the juniors in front of the other families. The demon region's strength, on the whole, could not compare to the human race. Therefore, on matters related to humanity, the Four Symbols family clans were united against outsiders. but a compet. 1. Tie relation similarly existed in the interior of the demon region. Hence, when the white tiger's sacred ancestor saw Yi Yuan's atavism dragon soul, he seemed especially annoyed. One silhouette after another was currently rapidly approaching the white tiger clan from the horizon. Several women with extremely beautiful appearances leisurely descended, immortal chi fluttering, giving people a feeling of pleasing both the eyes and the heart. Ho-hu, many years of not seeing, Fairy Luo is still strikingly beautiful. Rong Kuan went forward to greet with a laugh. This party was the Vermilion Bird Clan. The Fairy Luo out of Rong Kuan's mouth was the Vermilion Bird Clan's elder, Luo Qingping. Behind her tagged along two extremely beautiful-looking women. One was fiery like a phoenix, while the other ice-cold like a sculpture. Luo Qingping enjoyed it very much, but said with a faint smile, already getting on in years, "What's strikingly beautiful still? At present, it's all the young people's world." Rong Kuan smiled as he engaged in some small talk and ordered people to lead Luo Qingping and the others into the banquet. Right on the heels of the Vermilion Bird Clan, the Black Tortoise Clan also reached the White Tiger Clan. Of course, apart from these four symbols family clans, there were still some other clans who were on friendly terms with the White Tiger Clan. They also received invitations to come over and watch the ceremony. The last one who took a long time to arrive was naturally the Azure Dragon Clan. That was the strongest. Ha! Didn't think that the Dragon Clan actually sent Brother Jianba over this time. It makes this Rong greatly surprised. Parting for years, Brother Jianba's strength seems to have progressed again. Rong Kuan went forward to welcome with a hearty laugh, clearly very familiar with the Dragon Clan's arrival. The elder which the Dragon Clan sent over this time was called Ao Jianba. His strength did not lose to head Elder Rong Kuan and was unfathomable. The Dragon Clan sending him over was also considered to have given immense face to the White Tiger Clan's grand ceremony. Rong Kuan, you old punk, you only know how to poke fun at this AO. Us old fellows are halfway into the earth already. It's already pretty good for our strength to not decline. Where is there any progress? Ao Jianba scolded laughingly. Ha, you old man, still so modest. In the entire divine realm, who doesn't know that you, Ao Jianba, cultivated Dragon Wave to peak middle stage spirit rank, with your strength long already connecting to the heavens and penetrating the earth? Rong Kuan flattered with a laugh as he led the way. Actually, it was not considered flattery either. This Ao Jianba's strength was indeed terrifying. His Dragon Wave was long cultivated to middle stage spirit rank already, coupled with the powerful dragon race martial techniques. Few were his match in the demon region. Among the Dragon Clan's elders, this Ao Jianba was also one of the most troublesome ones to tangle with. Ao Jianba said with a laugh, "All right, you old punk, stop flattering me. Come, Jin Hao, Han Wei, why haven't you paid respects to head Elder Rong Kuan?" Behind Ao Jianba, a man and a woman, two youngsters, came forward to pay respects. Long Jin Hao, Long Han Wei, pays respect to head Elder Rong Kuan. Rong Kuan had long noticed these two youngsters. Presumably, they were the Dragon Clan's current generation's outstanding talents. Especially Long Jinhao, this boy. He was profound and restrained, giving people a feeling of boundlessness, and was not to be underestimated. Seeing Rong Kuan's expression, Ao Jianba laughed in his heart too. This sort of occasion was originally the time where each clan demonstrated their strength. Ao Jianba brought along two Dragon Clan's young outstanding talents in order to let the various clans know their prowess. His Azure Dragon Clan was forever the demon region's big brother. Get up. Not bad, not bad. Your Azure Dragon Clan is always BRIMMING with talents, truly making us green, with envy. Presumably, the Dragon Clan's young patriarch is going to be born among these two, right? Rong Kuan said with a smile. Long Jinhao clasped his hands and said modestly, replying head elder, the position of young patriarch. Jinhao dare not think about it. But hearing these words, Rong Kuan's expression changed. Although they did not exchange blows, Rong Kuan speculated that this Long Jinhao's strength was likely not the least bit inferior to White Light's, this kind of strength, and he actually did not even dare to think about the position of young patriarch. Could it be that the Dragon Clan's young generation still had an even stronger existence? Ao Jianbo watched his expression and examined his words, and was very satisfied with Rong Kuan's expression. He said with a smile, Jinhao isn't being modest. His strength is indeed not ordinary, but who asked Ao Yang, that boy, to be overly monstrous, already cultivating Dragon Wave to initial stage spirit rank at a young age? This position of young patriarch, Jinhao probably can't compete with him. Rong Kuan's expression involuntarily changed when he heard, among the junior generation, there was actually someone who cultivated Dragon Wave to initial stage spirit rank. This was also a bit too monstrous. And, head elder, why is there a human race youngster in the seats of the Flowing Light clan? Seems like this young man is actually even bearing dragon race bloodline. Long Hanwei suddenly said. With her saying so, Ao Jianbo and Long Jinhao's gaze both turned towards Yi Yuan. Especially Long Jinhao, his expression turned dark. Humph! Not seems like this punk is clearly bearing dragon race bloodline. Long Jinhao said coldly. The moment Rong Kuan saw that it was like that, he secret cursed inwardly. He forgot about this. The Dragon Clan's greatest taboo was human martial artists stealing the dragon race's blood essence and becoming bloodline martial artists. Yi Yuan's existence landing in Ao Jianbo's eyes here. This matter would likely be unable to be settled already. Indeed, Long Jinhao's figure moved and already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently chatting with Bai Pu when a bout of cold-killing intent suddenly locked onto him. Sensing the dragon pressure emitting off of this young man in front of him, Yi Yuan figured out what happened very quickly. However, he did not care at all. He just said coolly, looking for me for something? Long Jinhao was infuriated by Yi Yuan's ATT. I toot all at once, stole the dragon race's blood essence, and actually still dared to be so wildly arrogant, truly deserved death. Boy, where was your dragon blood stolen from? Do you know that stealing the dragon race's blood essence and becoming a bloodline martial artist is a capital crime in front of the dragon race? Long Jinhao said solemnly, others not being courteous to him, Yi Yuan naturally would not be polite to others as well. He just said nonchalantly at once, capital crime? Who the H-E-L are you to also dare sentence people to death? Humph! Strength isn't strong, yet the tone isn't small. Today, looking on account of the White Tiger Clan's grand event, I'll spare your life, condense and refine out your dragon blood, and return it to the Dragon Clan. This matter will be dropped at that. Long Jinhao was used to being overbearing and did not give Yi Yuan any chance to explain either, directly wanting Yi Yuan to condense and refine the dragon blood. After bloodline martial artists refine dragon blood, their body's blood already fused into one with the dragon blood. Upon stripping away, their strength would be greatly diminished if it was minor, while their foundation would be utterly ruined if it was severe, their entire cultivation being lost. White Light saw this scene too, and could not help smacking his head as he said helplessly, "This guy, he really is courting death irrespective of the occasion. I hope the big brother is a little gentle when taking action. Otherwise, my White Tiger Clan will be put on the spot." Chapter 997, Heaven Rank Dragon Wave, is too weak. Chapter 997, Heaven-ranked Dragon Wave, is too weak. Brother Jianba, I think it's better to call honorable nephew back. Once they start fighting, it will hurt the harmonious relations. Rong Kun swayed earnestly, but Ao Jianba said coolly, Brother Kun, our Dragon Clan's rules, you're aware too. Human martial artists are more and more unbridled now to actually dare swagger right under our noses, truly bullying people too far. Today, I'll give you face, and only extract his dragon blood will do. This person is merely body. The White Tiger Clan wouldn't S-H-I plus ELD a brat like this, right? Ao Jianba, flying off the handle, depended on the person too. Yi Yuan was merely a phaseless realm low-level martial artist, and completely did not enter the White Tiger Clan's arcane sights. Even if he really extracted Yi Yuan's dragon blood, the White Tiger Clan would not go to war either. If Yi Yuan was a middle or late-stage Dao Profound Realm powerhouse, Ao Jianba would definitely have to weigh it over. After all, this was the White Tiger Clan's territory. For Yi Yuan to be able to appear here, he definitely had some connections with the Tiger Clan. If really offended to the core, it would not be good. Ao Jianba could not be blamed for becoming enraged either. The demon race bloodline which human martial artists loved the most was dragon race bloodline. Therefore, the Dragon Clan had a deep-seated hatred towards this. It was fine if Yi Yuan was a bloodline martial artist, but he even ran into the demon region's territory carelessly. This was clearly having no respect for the Dragon Clan. In the view of Ao Jianba and company, Yi Yuan was taunting the Dragon Clan's dignity here. Rong Kun secretly took delight in it, but his face had a bitter smile as he said, Brother Jianba, it's not to the extent of S-H-I plus Elding. It's just that he's also my White Tiger Clan's guest, at any rate. You guys being like this puts me on a spot. Better let honorable nephew come back. Otherwise, if honorable nephew is hurt, it wouldn't be very good. Ao Jianba froze. He did not react at first, then immediately could not help laughing as he said, Hurt Jin Hao? Brother Kun, are you jesting? If a first-level phaseless brat is able to hurt Jin Hao, then Jin Hao would have also wasted these few years. Rong Kun heaved and sighed and said, Brother Jianba, I've already warned you. If you suffer a loss, you mustn't blame me. But I'll get the unpleasantness out of the way first. If Jin Hao messes up, you mustn't bully the weak. If you make a move, I can't look on with folded arms. But Ao Jianba said indifferently, Good that there's your word. Letting this old man go and deal with a fifth-level phaseless. Ao Jianba, can't afford to lose this face yet. Rong Kun secretly laughed his head off in his heart. This old punk was still swaggering about in front of him just now, borrowing Yi Yuan's hand and dousing his power and prestige. He was happy to see it happen. After all, this was in the White Tiger Clan's territory. Although the Dragon Clan had an adequate reason, it was also making light of the White Tiger Clan too much. Over here, Yi Yuan was also genuinely enraged. The other party wanted to come and draw out his dragon blood without a word. This sort of thing, anyone's mood would also not be good. I'm standing right here. If you have the ability to draw my blood away, there's no reason why not as well. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed as he said coolly. Long Jin Hao gave a cold snort and said, refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Since you're willing to have a taste of having your dragon blood being forcefully extracted, then I'll fulfill your Wisconsin H. Plus, in front of so many people, Long Jin Hao had the intention of showing off a little as well, and let everyone take a look at the Dragon Clan's young generation's strength. Rumble! Long Jin Hao's dragon race pressure was released fully. It was a Stonies. H.I. plus Ingli King rank bloodline. Fool! Under my king rank bloodline pressure, your inferior dragon blood can't unleash power at all. How are you going to fight with me? Long Jinhao said with a disdainful face. Over on the Vermilion Bird Clan's side, a bubbly girl said with a giggle, "This human martial artist is rather brave too." Seeing Long Jinhao, he actually even dared to make a move. King rank bloodline has an absolute suppression effect against ordinary bloodline warriors. Just a 5th level phaseless. It's simply impossible to be Long Jinhao's match. But the other woman with a frosty look said, "What bravery! It's simply idiocy." Clearly aware that it's impossible to succeed, but does it anyway. What's the difference from a moth flying into the fire? This 2 girls, 1 warm and 1 cold, were the outstanding talents of the Vermilion Bird Clan. The cold one was called Luo Wanrong, and the warm one was called Luo Jingtong. When they saw Yi Yuan's actions that bit off more than he could chew, they were both somewhat disapproving. Puffed, senior apprentice sister Wanrong said it vividly. "This boy is muddle-headed, looks rather cute instead." Luo Jingtong said with a giggle, "Humph, what's cute about him? Human martial artists are the most abominable to actually refine our demon race's bloodlines to increase their strength, truly deserve death." This action of Long Jinhao's is also considered a great satisfaction. Actually, not just on the Vermilion Bird Clan's side, the Black Tortoise Clan's side similarly felt that Yi Yuan was a mantis trying to stop the chariot. Or perhaps Yi Yuan appearing here was a mistake by itself. Furthermore, they had no favorable impression towards a bloodline martial artist like Yi Yuan. After all, they were all demons. Other people refining their race's bloodline to increase their strength, they were obviously unhappy. Being strongly suppressed by Long Jinhao's king rank bloodline, Yi Yuan felt not have the slightest feeling of discomfort. He just smiled lightly and said, "If you were sacred rank bloodline, I'd rather have to dread a little. A measly king rank bloodline is merely SOSO." Long Jinhao was just about to rebut Yi Yuan when all of a sudden his expression changed drastically. Not just Long Jinhao, the expressions of everyone present all changed drastically, including head elder Rong Kuan. Although they were able to discern that Yi Yuan was bearing dragon race bloodline, when Yi Yuan did not exhibit his bloodline pressure, they could not perceive the depths of Yi Yuan's bloodline. Rong Kuan was aware that Yi Yuan knew how to merge into heaven and earth. Therefore, there was no way Long Jinhao could hurt Yi Yuan. But he never thought that Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was actually so strong. King rank bloodline. It's actually king rank bloodline. How is this possible? How can a king rank bloodline possibly appeared on a human martial artist? His bloodline power is actually not the least bit inferior compared to Long Jinhao. This is also too exaggerated, right? This time, the Dragon Clan really got their faces slapped. King rank bloodline actually appeared on a human martial artist. This matter likely won't be taken lying down. These demon clans all burst into an uproar all at once, being startled by Yi Yuan's bloodline power. A very large number of them only just had ordinary bloodline. But in this human martial artist body, he was actually bearing king rank bloodline. Long Jinhao's expression was incomparably ugly. He was still saying that Yi Yuan was of inferior dragon blood earlier, but he got his face slapped immediately. How could this not infuriate him? King rank bloodline. Good, truly excellent. Looks like it's not just extracting your dragon blood today. If you don't confess the process of how you stole the dragon blood, it wouldn't be easy even if you wished to die. Long Jinhao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "King rank bloodline appearing on a human. This was simply the Dragon Clan's crowning humiliation. Xuanri Heavenly Dragon Claw." Long Jinhao no longer hesitated, directly sticking a claw out. A dragon claw condensed and formed out of thin air, wrapped in a terrifying power, and charged over towards Yi Yuan. But when Yi Yuan saw this scene, he had a look of contempt and said, "Coolly, heaven rank dragon wave is too weak. Spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm." Yi Yuan smacked a palm out leisurely and unhurriedly. An azure dragon soared high into the air and directly smashed Long Jinhao's Xuanri heavenly dragon claw into smithereens. Rumble! The coiling dragon, heaven devastating palm's remnant force did not reduce. Long Jinhao's body was smashed flying out like a cannonball. Chapter 998 came out just like that. Chapter 998 came out just like that. A very barbaric palm, not giving Long Jinhao the least bit of opportunity at all. Yi Yuan's current strength was still not a match for middle stage Tier 9, but dealing with initial stage Tier 9, it was nothing difficult. Furthermore, competing in dragon race martial techniques, this Long Jinhao was far too lacking. Ao Jianba's pupils constricted, his eyes glued onto Yi Yuan, filled with disbelief. Spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. How is this possible? Not only did a human martial artist learn the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, he even cultivated dragon wave to spirit rank. Long Hanwei was shocked until she could not close her mouth. What in the world is going on here? King rank bloodline, spirit rank dragon race, divine rank martial technique. Isn't he a human bloodline martial artist? How can he possibly accomplish to such an extent? Luo Jingtong was similarly incomparably shocked. The Four Symbols family clan were all aware that the foundation of the dragon race's martial techniques lied on this dragon wave. To be able to cultivate dragon wave to heaven rank at this age was already extremely talented. Cultivating to spirit rank, the next young patriarch was basically guaranteed to be him. Now, a human race's youngster actually cultivated dragon wave to spirit rank. This was simply too ironic. Right when everyone was still in the midst of shock, Yi Yuan's figure moved and stomped on Long Jinhao's chest with one foot as he said with a faint smile, "Your esteemed self is so overbearing, wanting to extract this Ye's dragon blood the moment you come up. I wonder what kind of feeling it will be when this Yi draws your dragon blood out." Yi Yuan said it very light-heartedly, but the surrounding people all could not help feeling a chill when they heard it. Saying he wanted to extract Long Jinhao's dragon blood in front of Ao Jianba, how fearless did one have to be? Indeed, when Ao Jianba saw Yi Yuan's actions, the expression on his face instantly changed from astoundment to shocked fury. A terrifying aura locked onto Yi Yuan from far away. If Yi Yuan really dared to make a move, he would strike Yi Yuan down without the slightest hesitation. "Boy, if you dare to draw Jinhao's dragon blood, I'll definitely flay your skin and pull out your tendons today." Ao Jianba said coldly. Swords were already drawn at this time. Head Elder Rong Kuan knew that he could not watch the show anymore. At this rate, there would be no way of resolving things today. Ao Jianba was not to be trifled with, but Yi Yuan was also not some easygoing person. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was even White Light's life and death big brother. If he really offended him badly, he might stir up some trouble. Misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Yi Yuan, honorable nephew Jinhao, is a little young and aggressive, but the Dragon Clan is indeed a little overly sensitive towards bloodline martial artists. Give this old man face, all right? Rong Kuan said to Yi Yuan with a big laugh. Yi Yuan lifted his head and gave Rong Kuan a very meaningful glance, hitting him with pangs of guilt. This boy is too sharp. My thoughts have probably been long seen through by him. Rong Kuan thought to himself, secretly. He wished to borrow Yi Yuan's hands to diminish the Dragon Clan's edge. How could Yi Yuan not perceive this point? His strength, Rong Kuan more or less still had some score. If he wished to stop it, he should have come forward long ago. Why was there a need to wait until now. Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "Head Elder, White Light is my closest brother. Forget about it this time. But I, Yi Yuan, am not a minor character than anybody can need. Hope that Head Elder acts with due care and respect." Rong Kuan had an said, "Look," but Yi Yuan already let go of his foot and returned to his seat. Long Jinhao struggled to his feet. Looking at Yi Yuan, he had an expression of indignant resentment as he said coldly, "Punk, you're bearing king, rank bloodline. My dragon clan absolutely won't take things lying down." Yi Yuan shot Long Jinhao a glance and said with a faint smile, "Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky." If not looking on account of White Light's face, he would definitely extract Ling Jinhao's blood essence dry today. The other party exposed his killing intent. Yi Yuan was not that easygoing of a person either. Long Jinhao did not feel that he got lucky. In his view, Yi Yuan was afraid of the Dragon Clan's power. That was why he would climb down the ladder. Sup 1/sup, Yi Yuan was also just saying it. Could it be that he really dared to extract his dragon blood? But when he arrived before Ao Jianbo, he had an ashamed look as he said, "Elder, Jinhao is useless and lost face for the Dragon Clan." But Ao Jianbo said with a calm expression, "Losing to Spirit Rank Dragon Wave isn't considered a disgrace. It's just that a human martial artist is actually bearing King Rank bloodline. This matter definitely cannot be dropped. After the White Tiger Clan's business is settled, this old man will naturally go find him to inquire clearly." Ao Jianbo's gaze stared at Yi Yuan with ill intent, but it was like Yi Yuan did not feel anything. He still chatted in a jovial manner. The guests and host getting seated, the trial of the young patriarch was also officially starting. This trial was divided into a total of 3 rounds. What it tested was respectively character, bloodline, as well as true strength. The first round, the test of character. Rongning Wu Mo, White Light, the 3 of you will enter the heart examining forest. The first to come out will win. An elder said in a clear voice. Rongning was the Crimson Flame Clan's candidate who replaced Rong Xian. Compared to Rong Xian, his strength was naturally a notch weaker. But the Crimson Flame Clan's strength itself was already very strong. Rongning's strength still could not be underestimated. This heart-examining forest was specially set up by the White Tiger Clan to test the young patriarch. Inside the forest had a powerful illusionary formation. After White Light Trio received the orders, they immediately entered inside the heart-examining forest. "Head Elder, I wonder who you're most optimistic about among these 3 people?" After the 3 people entered, Bai opened his mouth and asked Rong Kuan. The moment these words were asked, quite a few people also revealed interested looks. Even the other 3 clans' powerhouses also perked their ears up. Rong Kuan smiled and said, "Just talking about this heart-examining forest round. This old man is actually most optimistic about Wu Mo. This boy's character is level-headed, not arrogant nor rash. Talking in terms of temperament, he's actually the most suited for the position of young patriarch. Even with White Light's sudden emergence, he did not display the slightest look of alarm either." Hearing these words, quite a few elders and patriarchs all secretly nodded their heads. The suppression martial clan's Wu Mo had always been very low profile, but nobody dared to overlook his strength either. If White Light did not show up, Rong Xian's greatest compet. 1. Tor would be Wu Mo. Even Rong Xian himself also did not dare say that he could definitely win Wu Mo. It could be seen from this how formidable Wu Mo's strength was. Furthermore, Wu Mo's character was level-headed and rarely contended for anything as well. He just quietly cultivated by himself. his performance. Rome Kuan naturally took it into his sights too. If not for white light breaking through to sacred rank bloodline, Rome Kuan actually still fancied Wu Mo more. Among the three people, Rong Xian exposed his edge a little too much. White light emerged all of a sudden, while Wu Mo was deep like an abyss. In comparison, it was indeed Wu Mo who was a little more suited for the position of young patriarch. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, the elder below suddenly called out in a clear voice, "White light is the first to walk out of the heart-examining forest. The first round, white light wins." Rome Kuan could not help turning stiff when he heard that. Just how long had it been, and white light already walked out of the heart-examining forest? They only said a couple of words from start to end. Adding it up, it was also merely several dozen breaths of time. Came out just like that. The heart-examining forest was not large. Calculating it, it was also the time to walk from end to end. Could it be that white light did not delay at all inside? Chapter 999, Heart of a Pure Child. Chapter 999, Heart of a Pure Child. What kind of joke is this? This heart-examining forest. Even if the elders go in, it's also not possible to come out so quickly. White light actually walked out immediately. Could it be that some problem occurred with the array formation? The heart-examining forest is a high-grade Tier 9 array formation. If the young generation enters, the fastest takes half a day's time before they can come out as well. No way. If something happened to the array formation, then why didn't Rongning and Wu Mo, the two of them, come out yet? That brat called Yi Yuan is very bizarre. Why did white light also become so bizarre now? White light directly walking out of the heart-examining forest made all of the White Tiger clan's members burst into an uproar. This sort of incident of directly sing through the heart-examining forest had never happened before from ancient times to the present, unless it was a terrifying existence like Yi Yuan whose heart realm reached Heaven-Man Unity Realm. Otherwise, even Divine King Realm Elders would also be trapped for that little while. As for the junior generation, that went even more without saying. Head Elder, this matter is definitely fishy. White light, he must have cheated. Otherwise, how is it possible to pass right through the heart-examining forest? Rong Yin said solemnly, while at this time, the Suppression Martial Clan's patriarch, Wu Qian, also could not sit still anymore as well. He likewise cupped his fists and said, "Head Elder, this matter is too strange. We must get to the bottom of it." These two clans already came forward. Bai Ju naturally could not sit Sively and resign himself to death either. He hurriedly said, "In the past, there doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. White light's strength can't be judged with common sense to begin with. If you can't bear a loss, then withdraw out of the struggle to become the young patriarch. Why is there a need to insult people with words?" Truthfully speaking, Bai Ju was also incomparably shocked. But White Light was the Flowing Light clan's young patriarch. He naturally could not be afraid at this time, immediately throwing back the insinuations. Rong Kuan was just about to open his mouth when White Light cupped his fists and said, "Head Elder, before the trial, White Light already handed over all of my storage rings. It's impossible to bring any treasures with me. If Head Elder is still not at ease, White Light is willing to accept an inspection. It's just, if White Light didn't cheat, what then?" White Light was steady as a rock, looking at Rong Yin without showing the least bit of weakness. He was a lofty White Tiger clan's young patriarch candidate. Being maligned for no reason like this, he obviously had to win back some ground. Being squeezed by White Light like this, Rong Yin could not help finding it somewhat hard to get off the tiger's back. It was just that he would not believe that White Light could pass through the heart-examining forest within such a short time, even if he was beaten to death. Humph! if we find out that you didn't cheat. This old man will just resign from being patriarch. Rong-in said with a cold snort. The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. This joke went a little overboard. Rong-in actually used the position of patriarch to wager a bet. It was acting too much on impulse. Except Rong-in was indeed stifled in the chest, making him bet his own position of patriarch. Originally, the Crimson Flame clan's situation was excellent. Rong-in was naturally in high spirits too. But ever since Yi Yuan entered the White Tiger clan, the Crimson Flame clan became plagued with problems for all matters. Putting aside the incident of a traitor emerging, it even lost Rong Xian's young patriarch candidate rights. Right now, the Crimson Flame clan became the entire White Tiger clan's laughingstock. White Light cheating so obviously, if he could not even drag him down the horse, this patriarch, did not have much point as well anymore. Rong Kuen's face fell, and he said, "Messing around. How can the position of patriarch be used out of spite? White Light, not that this seat doesn't believe you. It's just that your matter is indeed too queer. You're also aware, ever since the heart examining forest was established, and, body could pa s through so quickly before. Even divine king elders cannot as well. Can you tell this seat just what is going on here?" White Light bowed and said, "This White Light don't know. Either way, after I entered the heart examining forest, I didn't see anything and just directly walked out like that. If head elder really wants me to say, I really can't give an explanation. Therefore, if head elder feels uneasy, better do a check." White Light said it very innocently, but he did not lie. The heart examining forest's illusionary realm did not have any effect on him at all. Hearing White Light's words, Rong Kuen could not help being powerless and could only say, "Since that's the case, best do an inspection then. Otherwise, it's hard to convince the Ma. SES. White Light, are you willing?" White Light naturally did not have any unwillingness, because no matter what method they used, it was also impossible to investigate how he cheated. Just as the White Tiger clan was bustling about to examine White Light, inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the sun-moon heavenly pupil grumbled with a smug look, "These bunch of fools. Even if they take out a divine artifact, it's impossible to detect this great one's existence too. But you, boy, are really insidious to actually come up with this sort of way to cheat. Too despicable." Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Looking at your appearance, aren't you quite enjoying it? Making you help. Previously, you even had 100 objections." Speaking of this, the smugness on the sun-moon heavenly pupil's face instantly vanished without a trace. He gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "You, boy, still have the face to say it. You're simply a malefic star. Do you know that dividing divine sense out might let this great one's primordial spirit collapse?" Yi Yuan said with an indifferent look, "Aren't you fine? Furthermore, as an exchange, I already imparted you the ink flow spirit dividing art. That's a divine Tao mystic art." The sun-moon heavenly pupil gave a cold snort, but said no more. Originally, in order to help White Light Pa S through the heart examining forest, Yi Yuan resorted to coercion and bribery to make the sun-moon heavenly pupil cultivate the ink flow spirit dividing art, then divide out a trace of divine sense into White Light's eyes. The sun-moon heavenly pupil's terror did not just lie on its illusionary magic accomplishments. He could even see through all of truth and falsehood, the heart examining forest. This level of illusionary realm was simply child's play to him. It could not cause any hindrance to him at all. Therefore, White Light actually really cheated. It was just that the method of cheating and, body could perceive it. The sun-moon heavenly pupil was extremely hard to catch to begin with. Wanting to hide from the eyes of ears of everyone was truly too easy. Furthermore, he was not a magic treasure himself. and was completely not afraid that the White Tiger clan could detect him. Indeed, the White Tiger clan even brought out a transcendent grade holy artifact, but did not find anything wrong on White Light's body. Seeing this scene, Rong Yin's expression became increasingly ugly. Replying head elder, White Light didn't carry any magic treasure on him. Along with this verdict coming out, everyone burst into an uproar again. Under the circumstances where he did not rely on any magic treasures, White Light actually said right through the heart-examining forest. This was simply too fantastical. Head elder, if everybody still feels that there's a problem, White Light is willing to walk through the heart-examining forest again. White Light clasped his hands and said. Before waiting for Rong Kuan to reply, White Light leaped and already entered the heart-examining forest. After several dozen breaths, White Light's figure rushed out of the heart-examining forest once more. This time, everyone all had nothing to say. Head elder, could White Light be of the legendary heart of a pure child? Bai suddenly said, "Sup, 1/sup." Head elder's expression turned apprehensive, looking towards White Light with eyes like he was staring at a monster. He slowly nodded his head and said, "It appears that there is only this explanation." Truly didn't think that not only did White Light break through to sacred rank bloodline, he's actually even of the legendary heart of a pure child. Truly remarkable. Chapter 1000, Presumptuous Request. Chapter 1000. Presumptuous request. Heart of a pure child was not a heart realm boundary, but more like a type of spirit physique. This sort of spirit physique was inherently immune to illusions. One could maintain their true nature inside illusionary realms. It was extremely powerful. It was just that people possessing a heart of a pure child were too few and far between. It was hard for one to appear even in 10,000 years. White Light actually ignored the heart-examining forest and directly walked out. Only the heart of a pure child could explain it. Right then, Wu Mo was the second one to walk out of the heart-examining forest. When he saw White Light, his entire body involuntarily trembled. Originally, these 3 rounds, what he had the greatest hope of winning was this heart-examining forest round. But who knew that he actually stumbled in the first round? When he heard that White Light might be of the legendary heart of a pure child, even the expression of someone as composed as him was rather ugly too. It was just that White Light already walked through the heart-examining forest twice. Who won and who lost did not need to be judged at all. As for Rong Ning, he was more deplorable. He was even later than Wu Mo by a full 2 hours. The second round tested bloodline power. It was measured with a transcendent grade, holy artifact, Blood Soul Stone. Blood Soul Stone testing bloodlines was completely different from the pressure exhibited out. It was much more accurate. Furthermore, the Blood Soul Stone's test of bloodline was a comprehensive picture, and not purely the strength of bloodline, such as age, such as potential, such as strength, because these things tended to be included inside the blood. The first one up was Rong Ning. He looked like he did not have much pressure, as if he was also aware himself that he was just a supporting character who did not have any hope at all. Rong Ning dripped a drop of blood essence on the Blood Soul Stone. Very soon, intense undulations appeared on the Blood Soul Stone. Green-colored bloodline. Rong Ning is of the green-colored bloodline. This result is already very good. It's a pity that his opponents are Wu Mo and White Light. After the undulation, the Blood Soul Stone finally stopped on green color. Therefore, it was determined as a green-colored bloodline. This Blood Soul Stone's testing of the bloodline strength was divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, 7 colors. Red was the lowest, while violet was the highest. Rong finally stopped on the green-colored bloodline. It was already considered very strong. After Rong Wu Mo followed suit as well, dripping blood essence on the Blood Soul Stone. The Blood Soul Stone emitted an intense light. First was red color, followed by orange color, gradually becoming stronger. When the color rushed to green color and turned from green to blue, it actually became somewhat lacking in strength. Wu Mo's expression changed, his eyes staring unmovingly at the Blood Soul Stone. The joints of his fingers made cracking sounds. Went past, really went past. Blue-colored bloodline. Blue-colored bloodline is already extremely rarely seen. Even if Rong Xian is here, it's also merely like this. For white light to want to beat Wu Mo in bloodline, it probably won't be easy anymore. Current, the matter of white light possessing sacred rank bloodline, had not spread yet, while blue-colored bloodline was already an extremely rare bloodline magnitude. Hence, everyone was not too optimistic about white light. However, when white light dripped blood essence on the Blood Soul Stone, everyone was stunned. Red color, orange color, yellow color, it practically rushed past in an instant. It slowed down slightly when it was green color, but it still rushed past very quickly. Following that was blue color, indigo bloodline. The color is still darkening. White light's bloodline strength wouldn't really charge to violet color, right? This is too freakies. H. Plus, ever since Divine Tao dwindled with 0, there has yet to be anyone's bloodline who charged to violet color before. Just how strong is white light's bloodline magnitude? Quickly look, it really charged past. Violet-colored bloodline. Violet-colored bloodline stirred up surging waves in the crowd all at once. The shocked ones were not just the White Tiger Clan's members. There were also the other 3 clans that came to observe the ceremony. Violet-colored bloodline. This was the highest rank that the Blood Soul Stone was able to test. And in these 100,000 years, body had reached violet color before. The best bloodline strength was also merely blue-colored bloodline. But today, it actually gave birth to violet-colored bloodline. How could this not alarm them? When Rong Kun saw this scene, he stroked his beard and smiled. White light's performance today made his face feel greatly honored. Quickly look, white light's bloodline test hasn't ended yet. The Blood Soul Stone's color is still darkening. It's already almost turning black. At this time, someone suddenly cried out in shock. Rong Kun and several elders, including the other 3 clans' elders, all quickly stood up, being startled by the abnormal change on the Blood Soul Stone. Could it be that white light's bloodline is going to reach the legendary black-colored bloodline? How is this possible? Bai said in astonishment. Black-colored bloodline was the White Tiger Clan's highest rank bloodline. The magnitude of its potential was simply unimaginable. Even in the Divine Tao era, there were extremely few people able to reach black-colored bloodline too. This sort of bloodline was virtually a myth. But today, this myth was going to become a reality in a moment. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan just smiled faintly. This conclusion was within his expectations. The perfect white tiger physique was an existence capable of reaching the sacred ancestors' rank, making the Blood Soul Stone turn black. This was also something within reason. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Blood Soul Stone's color finally turned black. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air, looking towards white light with inconceivable gazes. Hugh, head elder, in my view, this 3rd round doesn't need to be competed anymore. White light's potential is simply not what the rest can contend with. Him being the young patriarch is fame following merit. Bai said. Rong Kun also sucked in a deep breath. Looking at the various elders, he said, Elders, are there any objections? None. White light actually let the Blood Soul Stone reach the legendary black color. His future accomplishments are simply limitless. If he doesn't become the young patriarch, who will? No objections. All of the elders approved unanimously. White light, this young patriarch, was already a shoo-in. If even black-colored bloodline could not become the young patriarch, then the White Tiger clan would simply be a joke. Rong Kuan said, "Since that's the case, the third round of testing doesn't need to be carried out as well. The White Tiger clan's new young patriarch is White Tiger clan. All guests, please rest for a day at my White Tiger clan. After this old man reports this matter to patriarch, we'll hold the young patriarch's crowning ceremony tomorrow morning." When White Light heard this news, he heaved a long sigh in relief too. He also paid far too much for today's sake. Of course, he also matured a lot of in between. Finally, he still became the White Tiger clan's young patriarch. But this was no longer White Light's goal. Ever since becoming aware of the heavenly fiend Tiger Clan and White Tiger Clan's secret, his even greater goal was to consolidate the two clans and unite the White Tiger Clan. White Light could not help looking towards Yi Yuan, his gaze filled with gratitude. If not for Big Brother, his present situation would definitely be extremely arduous, let alone talk about becoming young patriarch. Just as everyone was about to disperse, Ao Jianba suddenly opened his mouth and said to Rong Kuan, "Brother Kuan, this Ao has a presumptuous request." Rong Kuan was rather surprised and said, "Brother Jianbao, just say it, no worries. As long as you don't bring away Yi Yuan, everything can be discussed." Rong Kuan knew that Ao Jianba suddenly speaking up was probably still for Yi Yuan. Ao Jianba said coolly, "I'm very curious just how strong this human brat's bloodline is. Since the Blood Soul Stone is off the peg, can you let him give it a try?" Chapter 1001 Exploded. Chapter 1001 Exploded this Yi Yuan. Elder Ao wants to witness your bloodline power. What do you think? Rong Kuan naturally would not make the decision for Yi Yuan and could only seek his opinion. This sort of request was clearly somewhat unreasonable to Yi Yuan. If it was in accordance with his character, he definitely would not agree. But ever since he knew that he was of the atavism dragon soul, Yi Yuan was also very curious about his bloodline power. Fine then. Since you all are interested, no harm in testing it as well. Yi Yuan said coolly. The others were also preparing to leave, but seeing this situation that suddenly occurred, they also came to a standstill and planned to watch the show first before talking. Regarding Yi Yuan agreeing so straightforwardly, Ao Jianba was very surprised too. He originally even wanted to use some coercive measures, did not think that he actually did not need to use them. Yi Yuan slowly came before the Blood Soul Stone. This action aroused everyone's curiosity as well. A human martial artist is actually bearing the Dragon Clan's king rank bloodline. Truly inconceivable. By my estimation, Yi Yuan's bloodline power is probably at least green too. Maybe it can even reach blue. There's still hope for green, but blue should be impossible. After all, he's a human martial artist. Even if it's king rank bloodline, his potential is also not as strong as the dragon races. King rank bloodline appeared on a human martial artist. This was something that had never happened before. These demon race powerhouses were all very curious just how powerful Yi Yuan's bloodline power was. But they did not think that Yi Yuan's bloodline strength was very strong. After all, for a human martial artist, being able to reach blue color was already very impressive. After all, the Blood Soul Stone leaned more towards the potential of the bloodline when testing bloodline strength. Under normal circuit stances, the deeper the color on the Blood Soul Stone, the greater the martial artist's accomplishments in the future. Yi Yuan dripped a drop of blood essence on the Blood Soul Stone. Everyone held their breaths, watching the Blood Soul Stone's reaction. In the end, one breath pa-s said, two breaths pa-s said. The Blood Soul Stone still had no reaction. What's going on? Could it be that something went wrong with the Blood Soul Stone? Rong Kuan said rather surprisedly, "Ha, just a human race brat. The Blood Soul Stone probably don't acknowledge his bloodline power at all, right?" Long Jinhao said with a cold laugh. Right at this time, the Blood Soul Stone suddenly lit up and emitted an extremely strong red light. This red light was very intense until it even made people feel somewhat uncomfortable to the eye. Furthermore, the time this red light persisted was very long, and not like the others, pa-s, sing very quickly. What's going on here? The Blood Soul Stone tests bloodline strength with the method of burning blood essence. The longer low-ranking bloodlines burn, the lower the bloodline strength. Seems like even though Yi Yuan reached king rank bloodline, his development S.P.A.C. is very limited. Rong Kuan said. Ao Jianba said with a cold snort. Indeed, not out of my expectations. This boy is probably old Freak Way's experimental product. Therefore, his potential is long exhausted. Following this trend, it's already the limit for him to be able to reach yellow-colored bloodline. It's just, I didn't expect that old Freak Way is actually able to increase bloodline power to king rank bloodline already. But Rong Kuan shook his head when he heard that and said, Old Freak Way can transplant bloodline, but he's unable to transplant cultivation method, right? Don't you forget, Yi Yuan's Dragon Wave is cultivated to spirit rank already. Ao Jianba could not help choking up when he heard that. He snorted coldly, but did not say any more. While talking, the color of the Blood Soul Stone already became orange color. The time the orange color lasted was similarly very long. Following that was yellow, green. The Blood Soul Stone's colors kept on becoming darker steadily and did not become feeble like everyone expected. After green, the Blood Soul Stone became blue color without the slightest accident. With this, everyone was stunned. Blue-colored bloodline could already rival Wu Mo's bloodline. Who was Wu Mo? He was the White Tiger clan's young patriarch candidate. His bloodline strength ranked among the highest in the clan. If not counting White Light, Wu Mo could virtually represent the strongest bloodline of the young generation. However, a human bloodline martial artist's bloodline strength could actually compete with the Four Symbols family clan's young patriarch candidate. What kind of concept was this? Long Jinhao's expression was incomparably ugly. If he underwent bloodline testing, he was at most blue color too. A human martial artist was actually more or less the same as him in terms of bloodline strength. What was even more nable was that Yi Yuan's bloodline strength was still increasing. The color of the Blood Soul Stone was still turning darker, became indigo color. My G. O. D. It really became indigo color. Yi Yuan's bloodline strength is actually even more powerful than the Four Symbols family clan successors. This is simply too bizarre. That Blood Soul Stone wouldn't really have spoiled, right? Someone cried out in shock. It's definitely that the Blood Soul Stone spoiled. Otherwise, how can a human bloodline martial artist's potential be even greater than the Four Symbols family clans? Looking at it like this, there's probably something wrong with that White Light's bloodline strength too. Although human bloodline martial artists fused with demon race bloodlines, they were unable to unleash the true power of demon race bloodlines at all. No matter how powerful the blood essence they fused with, the strength that was truly unleashed was greatly discounted too. Therefore, when they tested bloodline, they generally would not even reach orange color. Yi Yuan's bloodline performance completely surpassed said common sense. This left them no choice but to doubt. Furthermore, those present were all the four symbols, family, clans, divine, beast bloodlines. They were unable to accept the fact that a human's bloodline was even stronger than theirs from the bottom of their hearts. Hence, when they saw Yi Yuan's bloodline break through to indigo color bloodline, cries of questioning joined together very quickly. However, the bloodline stone could not hear their questioning voices. Its color was still becoming darker and broke through to violet color very quickly, following the blood soul stone turning violet color. Those questioning voices also gradually ceased. The originally noisy venue became very quiet. The blood soul stone's color was still becoming darker, gradually turning from violet to black. Everyone held their breaths. Within a day, 2 black-colored bloodline of the legends actually appeared. This was too bizarre. Ao Jianba was stunned too. Brother Kuan, your white tiger clan's blood soul stone wouldn't really have a problem, right? Ao Jianba said. Rong Kuan's gaze was filled with shock. Hearing that, he shook his head and said, Impossible! For the sake of the young patriarch trial today, our White Tiger clan prepared for a period of several years. How can we possibly make this sort of low-level blunder? But how can a human bloodline martial artist possibly make the blood soul stone turn black? Ao Jianba said in astonishment. This. Just as Rong Kuan was hesitating, the expression on his face suddenly changed. The blood soul stone suddenly started vibrating fiercely, while its color also became increasingly blacker. In the end, it actually glowed from the blackness. The blood soul stone's trembling became more and more intense. Rong Kuan's expression suddenly changed greatly. He yelled out, Quickly get out of the way. The blood soul stone is going to explode. Rong Kuan's voice had yet to fade, only to hear a boom. The blood soul stone directly exploded into clouds of dust. Yi Yuan moved the heavenly king bell aside and said helplessly, This thing doesn't seem to be STURDY enough. It actually can't withstand my bloodline. Chapter 1002, Long Tongue's True Strength. Chapter 1002, Long Tongue's True Strength. The moment these words were uttered, everyone immediately fainted. Long Jinhao had a look of livid rage as he said, Impossible! Either you're cheating or the blood soul stone has problems. You, a human martial artist, how can the blood soul stone possibly be unable to withstand your bloodline? Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, You're also thinking too highly of yourself. Do you think that me testing my bloodline is for you to see? Whether you believe it or not is your problem. What has it got to do with me? Or whether my bloodline is strong or not, what does it concern you? You. Long Jinhao could not help choking up, and actually could not find words to refute. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to prove to Long Jinhao whether or not the blood soul stone had problems. Him testing bloodline was just a moment of curiosity himself. Right now, this result, he was still fairly satisfied. Looks like the white tiger's sacred ancestor did not fabricate nonsense. This whatever atavism dragon soul seemed to really be very powerful. It was actually even more powerful than White Light's perfect white tiger physique. It was just that Yi Yuan did not mind, but Long Jinhao was unable to accept this fact. Long Jinhao was young and spirited in the end. A human bloodline martial artist's potential was actually 100 times, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times stronger than his. He really became jealous. Ao Jianba did not speak the entire time, but at this time he suddenly opened his mouth and said, Brother Kuan, looks like this old man will have to go back on my words today. The bloodline that this boy is bearing might concern an earth-shaking secret of my Azure Dragon clan. This old man must bring him back to the clan. Rong Kuan heaved a sigh when he heard that and said, Like this, This old man won't look on with folded arms either. Brother Jianba, not that I'm not giving you face, but Yi Yuan and White Light are as close as brothers. White Light's talent, you've seen it too. If Yi Yuan is taken away by you, my White Tiger clan's young patriarch probably won't be willing to let things go. After witnessing Yi Yuan's bloodline strength, Rong Kun knew that this matter could not be settled anymore. If Rong Kun gave White Light a perfect score of 10 out of 10 before testing bloodline, then right now he would definitely give White Light 100 points. The ATTI two'd from before and after could not be mentioned in the same sentence at all. White Light was like so. Now, an even more monstrous Yi Yuan appeared. How could Ao Jianba possibly remain composed? If Yi Yuan's parentage was of the Dragon Clan, Ao Jianba would definitely beg on all fours to invite Yi Yuan back to the clan. But the problem was Yi Yuan was a human. Such a heaven-defying bloodline appeared on a human. If they did not figure out the situation, the Azure Dragon Clan could not be the Azure Dragon Clan. Rong Kuen's intestines were already green, with regret now. If he knew long ago, he would not let Yi Yuan test his bloodline even if he were to fall out with Ao Jianba. Ao Jianba's expression turned cold, but he said, "Brother Kuen, other matters, I must give you face. But the severity of this matter, you're aware too. Unless you make this old man stay behind today, otherwise my Azure Dragon Clan might have to utterly break out into war with the White Tiger Clan. Does Brother Kuen really wish to see such an outcome?" Rong Kuen knew that Ao Jianba was not threatening him, but was stating a fact. If it were him and he knew that there was such a terrifying White Tiger bloodline wandering about in destination, I toot outside, he would definitely bring him back at all costs too. Even though Rong Kuen had experienced many grand occasions before, he could not quite make a decision at this time too. He could only say to Yi Yuan with difficulty, "This, Yi Yuan, why not you run first? However far you can escape counts. This matter, this old man really can't help you anymore." Making war with the Azure Dragon Clan, this outcome was not what the White Tiger Clan could bear. But Ao Jianba sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "A mere faceless realm brat. If this old man let him escape, wouldn't I become the entire divine realm's laughingstock?" Rong Kuen gave him a glance, but did not say anything. If he divulged Yi Yuan's trump card at this time, Yi Yuan would definitely hate the White Tiger Clan to death. In Rong Kuen's view, Yi Yuan's best way out right now was to catch Ao Jianbo off guard and use merging into heaven and earth and escape. At that time, he would help Yi Yuan delay a bit. Presumably, the Azure Dragon Clan should not vent their anger on the White Tiger Clan because of this. Except, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of escaping, but looked at Ao Jianba and said with a faint smile, "Old man Ao, somebody wants to have a word with you." A black-robed man suddenly appeared and opened his mouth to say, "Who is Ao Xinghan to you?" Ao Jianba's expression changed, and his voice immediately went deep as he said coldly, "Who are you to actually know ancestor's name?" This black-robed person was naturally long-tongued. "Ha! I knew that you were Ao Xinghan, that worthless child's descendant. Yi Yuan's dragon race cultivation methods were all taught by me. Stop having designs on him. Go back and tell your patriarch Yi Yuan will be the Dragon Clan's next patriarch. Before long, I'll bring Yi Yuan and return to the Azure Dragon Clan." Long Tongue's words immediately caused a mighty uproar in the crowd. The Azure Dragon Clan's patriarch, the status was incomparably venerated, and also the entire divine realm's pinnacle-most existence. This black-robed man, who appeared out of who knows where, wanted Yi Yuan to be the patriarch the moment he opened his mouth. This was simply a joke. A human, even if his bloodline was any stronger, How could he be the Azure Dragon clan's patriarch? Not just them. Even Yi Yuan himself was also stunned when he heard that. He had not thought of becoming some dragon clan patriarch before. Long Tongue's words were too sudden, catching him somewhat by surprise. Ao Jianbao's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "What high-sounding sentiments your esteemed self has. Putting aside concealing the truth of the matter, you want to claim my Azure Dragon clan's patriarch with just a word. It's a little too arrogant, don't you think?" Long Tongue said coolly, "Arrogant, is it? You're Ao Xinghan's descendant. Your forte should be the proud heavenly dragon art, right? Attack with your full strength and give it a shot. I want to take a look at how much of his ability you inherited." Ao Jianbao's expression could not help changing when he heard that. The other party actually stated his strongest martial technique readily. Seems like this black-robed person knew about the Dragon Clan's matters like the palm of his hand. But Ao Jianbao was also a top-notch expert in the demon region. How could he possibly be scared into retreat by a sentence from Long Tongue? "Humph. I want to see if you really have the capital to be C." "Oh, C? KY?" Ao Jianbao snorted coldly. A powerful dragon pressure abruptly erupted, only to see his palms come together. A terrifying undulation instantly emanated. Roar! A shocking dragon roar transmitted out. A surge of intangible and terrifying demonic essence instantly coalesced. At this time, the two people already flew very far away, but separated by such a great distance. The others felt their hearts palpitate endlessly too. This was the strength of a first-rate divine king. Too terrifying. Ao Jianbao is indeed well-deserving of being a genius of the Azure Dragon clan. Several dozen years of not seeing, his strength became more and more unfathomable. That black-robed person doesn't have a very powerful undulation on him at all. Is he truly so confident in being able to defeat Ao Jianbao? Rong Kuan said rather worriedly. Right then, Ao Jianbao's divine king domain was released fully. He shouted coldly, "Proud heavenly dragon art, showing disdain on all under the heavens." There was no flashy essence energy undulation. What there was just a destructive force powerful, until it made people feel asphyxiated. Long Tongue just stood with his hands behind his back. Facing a first-rate divine king's attack, he just lightly extended a palm out. Poowork. In an instant, the divine king domain shattered. The proud heavenly dragon art directly turned into nothingness. It actually did not cause a hint of damage. Compared to Ao Xinghan, you're too weak. The Azure Dragon clan is indeed getting more abysmal with each generation. Long Tongue let out a long sigh. Chapter 1003, Universal Void Slaughter Geode, Slaying Formation. Chapter 1003, Universal Void Slaughter G. Oh, D-Slaying Formation. Ao Jianbao's expression was incomparably ugly. His full power blow was actually broken by Long Tongue so effortlessly. Facing Long Tongue's mockery, he could only suffer it obediently. "Who in the world is your excellency? Why do you grasp my dragon race's martial techniques so familiarly like the palm of your hands?" Ao Jianbao said in a solemn voice. Ao Jianbao knew that he did not lose in strength, but lost in understanding of the dragon race's martial techniques. Long Tongue's understanding of the proud heavenly dragon art was G. Oh, D knows how many times more profound than him, this dragon clan's elder. How could he have a reason to not be defeated? Ha! Ao Xinghan's proud heavenly dragon art was taught by me. Do you think I am? Long Tongue said coolly. Ao Jianbao's expression changed, and he said in surprise, You're my dragon clan senior? I wonder what senior's name is." 50,000 years had already passed, said since Long Tongue's era until now. Many things had long been forgotten already. Who taught Ao Xinghan? Apart from Ao Qian, someone of that era, and, oh, Body knew long ago. Who am I? You don't need to care. Remember, Yi Yuan will go to the Azure Dragon clan, but when he goes is up to him to decide. And not you. Rest assured, Yi Yuan is more suitable to be the next patriarch than any one of your clansmen. Now, scram as far as you can for me. Long Ting said in a solemn voice. Ao Jianba's expression was incomparably ugly. This black-robed man, who suddenly appeared, countered him too much. In front of this person, the strength he could unleash was less than 10%. How to fight? Although extremely unwilling, Ao Jianba still bowed and said, "Yes, senior." These words, Jianba will bring them to patriarch. Witnessing Long Tongue's strength, everyone was incredibly shocked and used fearful gazes to look at Yi Yuan. No wonder Yi Yuan could cultivate dragon wave to spirit rank. Turns out that he had a dragon race expert giving guidance behind him. But they all knew that for Yi Yuan to be able to cultivate dragon wave to spirit rank at this age, he was absolutely a genius among geniuses. Don't look at how Long Jinhao seemed young. He was actually several hundred years old already. He had spent several hundred years to cultivate dragon wave to heaven rank. But Yi Yuan's age was placed right here. Cultivating to spirit rank was simply too monstrous. Long Ting came back. Yi Yuan was overjoyed as he said, "Senior, you've already fully recovered." Long Ting said with a smile, "Hoo-hoo, isn't this still all thanks to you?" This period of time, Long Tongue had been in a state of closed seclusion the entire time. Leaving seclusion this time, he borrowed the power of the Skanda Divine Stone and finally recovered completely. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "What's senior still being courteous with me for?" "It's just that you said to make me be the Dragon Clan's patriarch. It isn't a joke, right?" Long Ting said, "Of course it wasn't a joke. Seems like me meeting you was long foreordained by the heavens. Really didn't think that in this old man's remaining years, I was actually able to encounter a bloodline power like yours." Long Ting said it veiledly. Yi Yuan knew that he was referring to the matter of his atavism dragon soul. All the esteemed guests, the White Tiger clan has already prepared guest rooms for everybody. Everyone had best return and take a rest first. Rong Kuan saw that the scene was awkward and came out to smooth things over at the right moment. Ao Jianba gave a cold snort and said, "Apologies, Brother Kuan. This matter is of utmost importance. This old man must hurry back to the clan. Tomorrow's coronation ceremony. I'm afraid I can't attend anymore. I'll take my leave here." Rong Kuan knew that Ao Jianba could not sit still and did not ask him to stay either. He just clasped his hands and said, "Since that's the case, Brother Jianba, take care." Ao Jianba also returned a greeting and brought Long Jinhao and the rest, and was going to leave. The group of people was just about to leave when all of a sudden an abnormal change occurred. Above the entire White Tiger clan's sky suddenly became a stretch of blood color, as if the entire stretch of the sky was being burned by flames. The sky suddenly erupted with a massive burst of bloodlight, emitting a series of intense explosion sounds. The Ao Jianba, who had just flown not far away, suddenly suffered a blow and actually directly dropped down. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed drastically and were completely unaware of what happened. Blood light shot up into the skies, as if it was a huge cover, enveloping the entire White Tiger clan's totem territory all at once. The blood light cover arrived very suddenly. Everyone was caught completely off guard, but the undulations coming off of that huge shroud made the first-rate divine kings, including Rong Kuan, all feel their hearts palpitate. Someone as powerful as Ao Jianba, being struck by this blood light His life and death was actually unknown to, who is it, to actually lay down such a terrifying grand array at our White Tiger clan. And we actually had not the slightest clue. Rong Kuen's expression was grim until it was almost dripping water. This was the White Tiger clan's headquarters. Outsiders infiltrated here and laid down such a terrifying grand array without being noticed. This head elder, actually did not have a clue at all. This sort of situation, just thinking about it, made people feel terrified. Furthermore, they completely did not know who the other party was and what goals they had. This is the Universal Void Slaughter G. Oh, D-Slaying Formation, a Divine Tao Array Formation. Once this formation has a deity realm powerhouse presiding over it, exterminating deity realm powerhouses is no object. Although this array formation doesn't reach divine rank at the moment, dealing with divine king realm experts is plenty. Yi Yuan recognized the grand array and said in a grim voice. Yi Yuan's words made everyone suck in a mouthful of cold air. Divine Tao Array Formation. This was a term that made people terrified at the sight of it. Right at this time, one silhouette after another faintly appeared above the grand array. Hoo-hoo, everyone's present. The four symbols family clans gathered at the White Tiger clan. It really strikes a fresh note. Our hall master has heard so much about the four symbols family clan's fame and wants to invite the various elders over to have a chat. I wonder if everyone is submitting without putting up a fight or making us use this Universal Void Slaughter G. Oh, D-Slaying Formation to cripple everybody before bringing you back. An expert dressed in light blue clothing slowly walked out, using a mocking tone to look down on the foul symbols family clan's powerhouses. The aura on this person was extremely powerful. He was actually a first-rate divine king too. Rong Kuen snorted coldly and said, "Who on earth is your esteemed self? Showing your tail but hiding your face, what capability does it count as?" Who I am, Head Elder Rong Kuen, don't need to know. My hall master wants to do something big and needs all of the elders' cooperation. Just nice. Everybody gathered together today. Saved us the trouble of going to invite one by one. That blue-clothed divine king said with a faint smile. Rong Kuen's expression was very grim as he said with a cold snort, "This old man just wants to know, how did your esteemed self sneak into the totem territory and lay down such a large formation?" The blue-clothed divine realm smiled and said, "No harm in telling head elder either. Either way, after today, the White Tiger clan is going to have its name taken off the list from the divine realm. Be careful." Rumble. Just as the blue-clothed divine king was talking, a terrifying explosion sound echoed out. Where the Crimson Flame clan was located was practically leveled to flat ground. Many Crimson Flame clan members were actually directly obliterated by this attack. Everyone was caught unawares by this change, which came unexpectedly. Looking at the only clan member still standing in the Crimson Flame clan in disbelief, that was Rong Ning. 10,000 feet away, Rong Yin's expression was incomparably ugly. His body was long drenched in sweat already. "Why, Yi Yuan, thank you for saving me," Rong Yin said dryly. Yi Yuan ignored him, his gaze staring fixedly at the blue-clothed divine king in the sky. Chapter 1004, Ji Kanglin. Chapter 1004, Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan's action similarly aroused the blue-clothed divine king's attention. It's actually Heaven-Man unity. Didn't expect that I could actually still run into such a genius on this trip. Boy, this seat will give you a way out. Join us. How about that? The blue-clothed divine king said very interestedly. Yi Yuan did not answer the blue-clothed divine king and still had his eyes glued onto him. His entire body actually started trembling, while over here, all of the White Tiger clan members were all abnormally shocked and furious. Rong Ning, what are you doing? Rong Yin saw that Yi Yuan ignored him and glared at Rong Ning instead, questioning him. Rong Ning smiled faintly and said, "Doing what? Did you saw it all?" Didn't head elder ask how they infiltrated into the totem territory. I'm telling you guys the answer. Although Rong Yin was the patriarch of a clan, his mind still had not wrapped itself around things until now. The unforeseen event, which arrived unexpectedly, caught everyone by surprise. What do you mean? Rong Yin felt like it was seemingly his first day getting to know Rong Ning. Although Rong Ning could not compare to Rong Xian, he was also groomed by him single-handedly. What other meaning can there be? He's telling you that he sold off the entire White Tiger clan. This guy is a traitor. Rong Ning, my White Tiger clan has treated you well. How can you do this sort of thing that betray your master and forefathers? Baiju said in a solemn voice. Rong Ning laughed and said, "Treated me well? Starting from birth. I've been living under Rong Xian's shadow all along. With him and Wu Mo around, it's forever impossible for me to become the White Tiger clan's patriarch. What right do they have to be a notch above others right from birth? Based on what the disposition of young patriarch, only they can be? In the White Tiger clan, Rong Ning, will never come a day to hold my head up. You look at me now. I possess powerful strength. As long as I'm willing, I can even kill Rong Yin. All these, can the White Tiger clan give it to me?" Rong Nine laughed, wildly, wantonly, laughing until everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone was extremely shocked. All along, Rong Ning actually concealed his strength for the sake of today. The strength he erupted with just now absolutely reached the Divine King realm. With Rong Ning's cooperation, that was how these mysterious people were able to sneak into the White Tiger clan silently, and rounding them up in one fell swoop. Rong Ning's state was as if he went mad, roaring with laughter as he said, "Now, somewhat ever white light appeared again. Wouldn't I, Rong Ning, have even less of a chance? Do you think that based on Rong Zhe and Bai Su, those two fools, they can get in contact with Ling Nine Hills? Originally, I was planning on waiting for White Light to have his qualifications revoked, then find an opportunity to expose those two fools. Didn't expect that an outsider brat actually ferreted it out first and utterly messed up my original plan. If not for Yi Yuan, my plan would be able to be carried out smoothly. I can also become young patriarch, right, and properly. Wanna blame? You all just blame him." Rong Ning's words made the White Tiger clan's members all S-H-I plus fur without being cold. They did not think that this Rong Ning scheming was actually so deep, borrowing Rong Zhe and Bai Su's hands to eliminate White Light first, then blowing up this matter and finesse. Plussing off Rong Xian. One could imagine that he definitely still had other ways to deal with Wu Mo at the back. This guy actually set up such a shocking chess game in the White Tiger clan while he hid behind the scene and manipulated everyone. If not for Yi Yuan's sudden appearance, he would probably have already become the young patriarch as a matter of course, then led the White Tiger clan towards the abyss, right? A minor character whose name was unknown actually planned to finish off all of the successors in front, then become young patriarch himself. The depths of this guy's scheming, just thinking about it, made people feel afraid. If not for him saying it out himself, they would likely be kept in the dark all the way. He sold everyone, and they were still helping Rong Ning count the money. Boy, have you thought clearly? This seat's patience has a limit. The blue-clothed Divine King was not interested in the White Tiger clan's matters. Yi Yuan was clearly able to arouse his interest more. "Big brother Yuan, what's wrong? Could it be that you know these people?" Lear already arrived beside him, at who knows when, lightly holding his hand, and asked, Lier was very sensitive towards Yi Yuan's emotions. She had never seen Yi Yuan with this expression before. This was absolutely not because he was afraid. Then the greatest possibility was that he knew these people. Feeling the temperature of Lier's palm, Yi Yuan felt his ice-cold heart gradually melt away. He drew a deep breath and said to Lier with a light smile, "I'm fine. Today's matter probably can't be settled already. In a while, you hide inside the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh. Without my permission, you absolutely mustn't come out." Although Yi Yuan said it lightly, Lier still sensed the heaviness and concern. These bunch of people was probably not that simple. Although Lier's strength was decent, facing all Divine King powerhouses of the same suit, she was still too weak. Staying outside would only add more to the disarray. Hence, she nodded her head obediently and said, "Lier will listen to Big Brother Yuan." Done instructing Lier, Yi Yuan's gaze recovered its composure once more. He leaped up into the skies and faced the blue-clothed Divine King from a distance. "Ji Bingyun, when did you become so furtive too? Want to solicit me? You don't have this qualification yet." Yi Yuan looked at the blue-clothed Divine King and said coolly. The blue-clothed Divine King originally had a composed look, but Yi Yuan's one sentence finally made his expression change. "Boy, you actually know this seat," Ji Bingyun said solemnly. "Ha!" In the past, the Medicine King Hall looked down arrogantly upon the world and roamed the 9 heavens and 10 lands unhindered. There was never any shady business when doing things. Didn't think that 20 years past, said, "You all actually became a bunch of cowardly rats. Ji Bingyun, you've already become an out-and-out lackey." Yi Yuan said very meaningfully, "These group of people originated from none other than precisely the divine realm's super holy land, the Medicine King Hall. Although these people put on disguises, Yi Yuan was too familiar with them. Especially Ji Bingyun. He was one of Ji Xingyang's 9 great foster sons. His strength was unfathomable. Even if he turned to ashes, Yi Yuan would recognize him too. From the moment he laid eyes on Ji Bingyun, he recognized him. It had been 20 years. This was Yi Yuan's first time getting so close to the Medicine King Hall's people. How could he not be agitated? These 20 years, Yi Yuan had fantasized about the scene of meeting the Medicine King Hall's people before countless times. But he completely did not think that they would actually meet in such a way. Ji Bingyun's face fell, and he said, "Who the H-E-L are you?" Yi Yuan said with a relaxed look, "Who I am, you don't need to care. Where's Ji Kanglin? Such a huge lineup today. There's no way he didn't come, right?" The moment these words were said, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed greatly. A terrifying aura suddenly appeared and instantly enveloped his entire person inside. At this instant, it was as if Yi Yuan had his throat clutched by someone. He could not even breathe. This aura was too powerful, making people unable to give rise to a shred of desire to resist at all. A black silhouette slowly appeared in the air. He was clearly standing there, but it was like he did not exist at all. Seeing this figure, Yi Yuan's entire body involuntarily shuddered. His gaze could no longer move away. "Little junior brother, long time no see." That black figure seemed like an old friend, greeting Yi Yuan. Chapter 1005, Void Mystic Realm. Chapter 1005, Void Mystic Realm. Little junior brother?" Ji Bingyun was muddled up by this form of address and looked towards Yi Yuan in disbelief. To be able to be addressed by Ji Kanglin like this, there was only one person. This person was Ji Qingyun. Ji Bingyun sized Yi Yuan up for a long time and completely could not find any trace of Ji Qingyun on him. Hang on. That monstrous hatred in Yi Yuan's eyes right now was already sufficient to explain everything. No wonder even with his disguise, Yi Yuan recognized him at a glance. Ji, Song, Lan. These three words, Yi Yuan practically squeezed it out from the gaps between his teeth. Yu Mengli's entire body trembled. She finally knew why Yi Yuan would lose composure like so. This person before her eyes was actually Yi Yuan's former elder senior brother, the Medicine King Hall's present master, Ji Kanglin. Yi Yuan's blood feud originated from precisely this man. All of his hearts, H.I. plus P.S. in this life was all in order to beat down this man in front of them. However, the present Yi Yuan had not fully grown up yet. How could the phaseless realm Yi Yuan possibly be this person's match? Yu Mengli's anxiety was at its height inwardly. She had never felt that she was so useless before, and also never felt so helpless before. A friendly face, a faint smile hanging on the face. He looked just like the boy next door. And, oh, Body would have thought that this man would do something like murdering his master and killing his younger brother. But he did it. This matter had once caused quite a stir in the divine realm for some time. Yeah, really didn't think after a time interval of 20 years our little junior brother actually came back. It's a pity that you're still so weak. A smile still hung on Ji Kanglin's face, but his disdain towards Yi Yuan was exhibited in its entirety. Ji Kanglin's smile deeply wounded Yu Mengli and White Light. They wished that they could rush up and dice Ji Kanglin up into pieces. But Ji Kanglin's might, even if they had not made a move yet, they knew that they were absolutely not a match. Ji Kanglin was able to become the master of a super holy land. His strength was unfathomable. Rather, it was Yi Yuan. He actually suddenly calmed down under Ji Kanglin's contempt. 20 years later, Ji Kanglin's strength already could not be mentioned in the same breath. The current Ji Kanglin gave Yi Yuan a feeling of deep as the seas. Looks like him reaching void mystic realm was not a groundless rumor. The so-called void mystic realm referred to the 10 great divine kings' level of boundary in particular. Divine king realm scope was ordinary divine king, first-rate divine king, as well as peak divine king. This differentiation in realm was done according to the supreme, true intent level that a martial artist grasped. 100,000 years had passed, said since divine Tao dwindled to zero. People were unable to break through to the deity realm from start to end. As the saying went, poverty gave rise to the desire for change. Martial artists placed even more energy onto comprehending heavenly Tao. A myriad great Taos, even deity realm powerhouses, did not dare say that they grasped the laws of great Tao too. Divine kings were unable to break through to deity realm, but it did not hinder them from comprehending heavenly Tao. When the heavenly Tao they comprehended reached a certain degree, it would go from a quantitative transformation to qualitative transformation and reach a mysterious and hard-to-fathom realm. People called it void mystic realm. The realm of void mystic was still the divine king realm, yet also Serpa, said the divine king realm. This realm was very mysterious. It was hard to sum it up in a word, but void mystic realm powerhouses were sufficient to easily kill peak divine king powerhouses. This was the reason why powerhouses at the 10 great divine kings level were so scary in the divine realm. Back then, when the Medicine King Hall had a drastic upheaval, Ji Kanglin was already a peak divine king. Now, going a step further and stepping into the realm of void mystic was also not something so hard to understand. Yi Yuan knew that Ji Kanglin's talent in martial arts was indeed incomparably shocking. Yes, I came back. I've already waited 20 years for this day. Yi Yuan said coolly. Regarding Yi Yuan's transformation, Ji Kanglin was slightly surprised. In his impression, Yi Yuan's temperament was never so steady. But facing such a huge debt of blood, Yi Yuan actually controlled his fury in an instant, but it was also just a little bit surprised, that was all. Ji Kanglin had absolute confidence in his strength, a phaseless realm little junior brother. How large a wave could he stir up? Hoo-hoo, 20 years of not meeting, little junior brother's transformation is really huge. But we know each other too well. Isn't that so? Even if you changed a body, I recognized you in an instant too. Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile as if he was engaging in small talk. But the two people's conversation caused Ma's sieve waves to surge below. Ji Kanglin's little junior brother? Isn't that peak alchemy emperor? Ji Qingyun? He actually didn't die. That is the Qingyun Z who was the last hope to achieve alchemy Ji. Od? He actually seized possession to revive and returned to the divine realm. This Yi Yuan strength is rather terrifying. Even Long Jinhao isn't a match. If you give him time, he might really be a strong adversary for Ji Kanglin. It's a shame that Qingyun Zi's fame was too resounding in the divine realm. Even in the demon region, it was virtually known to all as well. The Medicine King Hall's accident was not some secret. The divine realm's powerhouses were all aware. It was just that they never would have thought that the Qingyun Z in the past actually became Yi Yuan and staged a comeback. You showing up here today. Even you didn't recognize me. A battle between us is unavoidable too. Yi Yuan also said coolly. In other people's view, Yi Yuan was desperately upholding his face. But to Yi Yuan, in front of Ji Kanglin, he had no reason whatsoever to shrink back. Ji Kanglin chortled with laughter and said, "Little junior brother's temper. I'm naturally aware. However, the present you don't have the qualifications to exchange blows with me. Since you appeared here, that old man should have imparted the medicine Ji. Oh, D's soul cannon to you, right? Back then, I expended such a tremendous effort. It was for the medicine Ji. Oh, D's soul cannon. Didn't think that old fellow would rather die than be willing to give it to me. Never thought that 20 years Pa.S. said, heaven actually delivered you in front of me a second time. You really never know what would happen. How about it, little junior brother? Not returning to the Medicine King Hall for 20 years. I think you miss it very much as well, right? Take a trip back with me? Yi Yuan looked at Ji Kanglin with a smile that was not a smile and said, the Medicine King Hall, I naturally have to go back. But before this, I have to clean up the household first. Ji Kanglin shook his head and said with a sigh, looks like little junior brother is refusing a toast. Only to drink to a forfeit? Forget it, Bingyun, since little junior brother came back. Invite him back home. Ji Bingyun's expression changed, and he actually hesitated for a moment and did not make a move. Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile, Bingyun, could it be that you wish to talk about the old days with little junior brother too? Ji Bingyun shuddered and hurriedly said, yes, eldest senior brother. Done talking, Ji Bingyun expanded his divine sense, instantly locking Yi Yuan down, and tapped towards Yi Yuan with a finger. The present Ji Bingyun was a peak divine king. Unleash. Plussing an attack, the momentum was extremely shocking. While Yi Yuan was merely a 5th-level phaseless realm, that was all. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura billowed to the skies from inside the White Tiger territory and slammed right towards Ji Bingyun. Rumble! A streak of blood light flashed past and collided together with this attack. But this attack was too fierce and blasted Ji Bingyun flying. Chapter 1006, Heaven Imprisoning Spirit Locking Flask. Chapter 1006, Heaven Imprisoning Spirit Locking Flask. Regarding this attack, Ji Kanglin was not the least bit surprised. Instead, he turned his gaze towards inside the White Tiger territory. Patriarch Rong Shao, finally willing to come out. Ji Kanglin said calmly, There was a ripple in the S. P-A-C. An elderly person dressed in white clothing appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this white-clothed old man, the White Tiger clan members were all excited. Patriarch Rong Xiao. This person was precisely the White Tiger clan's current patriarch, Rong Xiao. A sudden major calamity, but neither joy nor sorrow could be seen on Rong Xiao's face. He just looked at Ji Kanglin and said coolly, "My White Tiger clan doesn't encroach upon the Medicine King Hall's affairs. What is your esteemed self's action today for?" Ji Kanglin said with a smile, "A man's wealth is his own ruin by incurring others' greed. This Ji naturally doesn't wish to become enemies with a powerhouse such as Patriarch Rong Xiao Tu. Too bad that this Ji has to do an important thing and can only invite everyone back for a visit. Is Patriarch Rong Xiao leaving on your own, or do you want to make this Ji take action?" Rong Xiao said coolly, "Universal Void Slaughter Ji. Oh, D-slaying formation, your esteemed self really played such a big hand. But for my White Tiger clan to be able to stand erect in the divine realm for as long as hundreds of millions of years, how can we be so easy to need?" Following Rong Xiao's voice fading, inside the White Tiger territory suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. 7 light pillars towered to the sky, emitting a shocking power. On the summit of the light pillars, 7 dots condensed and formed one after another, forming a Ma-S sieve formation diagram. Roar! Above the formation diagram, a White Tiger phantom gradually appeared. One roar actually made the universal void slaughter G. Oh, D-slaying formation quake unceasingly. 2 mighty divine rank array formations colliding, a situation where they stood up to each other as equals actually appeared. The clan members below all had looks of excitement. The White Tiger clan's foundation was not what some minor faction could compare to. But seeing this scene, Ji Kanglin was not alarmed at all. He said with a faint smile, "White Tiger 7 constellation spirit guarding grand array. Oh, this Ji has admired this formation for a long time. Seeing it today, it indeed lives up to its reputation. Even the universal void, slaughter Ji. Oh, D-slaying formation can't do anything to it as well." Right at this time, Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed, and he cried out, "Quickly withdraw the array formation. He's baiting you all to activate the White Tiger 7 constellation spirit guarding grand array. His true objective is the spirit of the White Tiger." Yi Yuan's voice had yet to face when the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. An enormous black hole actually appeared. The Ma-S sieve vortex churned until heaven and earth changed colors because of it. With this, a change in countenance finally appeared on Rong Xiao's face. Divine artifact, heaven imprisoning spirit locking flask. Ji Kanglin, you're despicable. Rong Xiao's expression changed drastically, looking at the unforeseen change that suddenly occurred in disbelief, only to see that above the sky, an enormous flask-shaped divine artifact poked out from that black hole. Chi! That enormous flask suddenly emitted a streak of green-colored light beam. It actually directly covered the White Tiger spirit that was currently roaring incessantly. This White Tiger spirit was different from the sacred ancestor spirit Yi Yuan encountered before. The sacred ancestor spirit was summoned by the Tomb Guardian with a special bloodline power. It was something the sacred ancestor flowed in the blood of the White Tiger clan. Therefore, it had intelligence. While this White Tiger spirit before their eyes was the White Tiger clan's totem spirit beast guarding the White Tiger clan. It was where the faith of the White Tiger clan lied. Of course, in this present era, the power of the White Tiger spirit was already less than 1/10,000th of its prime. Once the spirit of the White Tiger was captured away, it was equivalent to severing the foundation and where the destiny of the White Tiger clan lied. putting aside the White Tiger clan's members' strength becoming greatly diminished. Even if Ji Kanglin did not deal with the White Tiger clan, they would decline sooner or later too, even go extinct. Ji Kanglin laying down this universal void slaughter Ji. Oh, D slaying formation was completely in order to force out the White Tiger 7 constellation spirit guarding Grand Array, then capture this White Tiger spirit with that heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask. The motive was truly sinister to the extreme. That White Tiger spirit was enshrouded by the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask's light beam and gave off shocking roaring sounds. Although it did not have intelligence, it instinctively wanted to resist that divine artifact's capture. Except that heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask was clearly not an ordinary divine artifact. No matter how the White Tiger spirit struggled, it could not break free of its shackles either. Under everyone's gaze, the body of the White Tiger spirit actually slowly rose into the air and flew towards the flask opening. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a cold breath, especially the White Tiger clan's members. Each and every one of them was anxious until they were almost vomiting blood. A divine king realm elder finally could not endure it and shot to the sky, flying over towards that heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask. Want to capture my White Tiger totem spirit? Absolutely no way. That elder roared and reached the sky in a blink of an eye. When Rong Xiao saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically, but it was already too late to want to stop it. Wu Ning, quickly come back. Rong Xiao said sternly. Ji Kanglin's party did not have the intention of going to stop at all. They just looked at this scene calmly. Wu Ning did not have the intention of giving up at all. He used the most powerful attack in his lifetime and slammed it towards the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask. Right then, a ghostly light emitted from within the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask directly extinguished. Plussing Wu Ning's attack. Its remaining momentum did not reduce and shone on Wu Ning. Wu Ning did not even get to give a tragic cry and disintegrated into ashes. Seeing this scene, everyone was endlessly shocked inwardly. This Wu Ning was a first-rate divine king powerhouse. Under the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask, he was actually too weak to withstand even a single blow. This level of battle was already not what the average person could take part in. Rong Xiao gnashed his teeth until it made grinding sounds. He looked at Ji Kanglin and said coldly, "Looks like your esteemed self has schemed for a long time to eradicate my White Tiger clan. Today, we'll not rest until we're dead. Rong Kuan, gather all of the White Tiger clan's divine king powerhouses. Fight to win or die." Rong Kuan's expression changed, and he said, "Yes, Patriarch." Receiving the order, Rong Kuan immediately summoned all of the White Tiger clan's divine king powerhouses and charged over towards the sky. The White Tiger clan and Medicine King Hall, these two super factions, actually fell into a great war so abruptly. As for the Vermilion Bird clan and the Black Tortoise clan's powerhouses, they naturally joined the fight too. If the lips are gone, the teeth would be cold. Once the White Tiger clan fell today, not one of them would be able to escape. Ji Kanglin still had that smile, which exasperated people to death without paying for it. He said calmly, "Patriarch Rong Xiao, don't you forget the White Tiger spirit's influence is continuously weakening, while the universal void slaughter Ji. De-slaying formation's power is continuously strengthening. As long as the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask fully absorbs the White Tiger spirit, your White Tiger clan's doomsday will also be arriving." Rong Zhao's expression was incomparably ugly as he said with a cold snort, "As long as kill you before this, it will do." Ji Kanglin smiled, but did not speak, as if he paid no attention to Rong Zhao's strength at all. Right then, Yi Yuan's figure moved and also arrived not far from Rong Xiao. Ji Kanglin could not help being stunned when he saw the situation and said with a faint smile, "Why? Little junior brother wants to join in the fun too, but with your strength, even if you lend Patriarch Rong Xiao a hand. It's also adding more to the disarray, right? When Rong Xiao saw the situation, he also said, "Young friend Yi Yuan, I know that between the two of you is a deep enmity like the sea, but you by the side really can't help this old man. A phaseless realm brat joining in the battle of void mystic realm powerhouses. This was simply a joke." Chapter 1007, finally entering Alchemy Emperor. Chapter 1007, finally entering Alchemy Emperor. Is that so? Yi Yuan smiled faintly. A terrifying soul force suddenly erupted. Crack! Crack! Lightning suddenly flashed in the sky and thunder rumbled, bringing along a terrifying undulation. 9 heaven soul tribulation. How is this possible? He's only 5th level phaseless realm. How can he possibly transcend a 9 heaven soul tribulation? Rong Zhao's expression changed as he said, 9 heaven soul tribulation was the soul tribulation that alchemy venerables needed to transcend when breaking through to Alchemy Emperor. Its power was very horrifying, but the power of Yi Yuan's 9 heaven soul tribulation was even greater than the average person's. It was just that this 9 heaven soul tribulation, one had to be at least peak alchemy venerable before they were able to trigger it. But Yi Yuan was actually not subjected to limitations and directly broke through the shackle. This sort of situation completely shattered people's understanding. Ji Kanglin's eyes lit up, and he said with a slight smile, "Excellent capabilities, little junior brother, to actually be able to transcend the soul tribulation without being restricted by cultivation realm. Looks like it should be due to the medicine Ji. Oh, D's soul cannon, right?" A silent bolt of soul tribulation landed. He did not have any intention of defending, and allowed that bolt of purple lightning to fall on him. Then, tranquility returned. Make a guess. Don't you wish to acquire the medicine G? Oh, D's soul cannon very much? Kill me, and you can obtain it. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Little junior brother, you wouldn't really think that I can't bear to kill you, right?" Ji Kanglin smiled slightly, a sword already slashed out. Humph! Rong Xiao was long prepared and flicked his sleeves grandly. 2 mighty void mystic powerhouses seemed to attack casually, but that energy undulation overshadowed everyone. Rumble! Places that the 2 waves of energy intersected instantly turned to nothing. Quite a few divine king powerhouse currently engaging in battle were immediately sent flying to one side under the impact of this surge of energy. Yi Yuan was the first to bear the brunt. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out, but Rong Xiao already helped him to resist most of the force. The injury that this small blow caused to him could be completely overlooked, wiping away the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth. Yi Yuan cracked a smile. The dragon pressure on his body likewise abruptly erupted. He stimulated the potential of the primeval dragon bone desperately. The power of his fleshy body galloped wildly towards Tier 9. At the same time, Long Ting's figure appeared once more and blocked in front of Yi Yuan. He held the vast heaven pag. In his hand, just like the pose of a guardian spirit. Seeing Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan already could not care about holding strength back anymore. Even if this sort of breakthrough had some sequela, he would not flinch back either. So that's how it is. Looks like these 20 years' time, little junior brother's lucky chances were not few. However, even if your soul force and fleshy body both break through to Tier 9, to me, it's still too weak. Ji Kanglin said. While talking, Ji Kanglin's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Yi Yuan suddenly felt his scalp tingle. An extremely dangerous feeling surged in his heart. Careful! Rong Xiao shouted. Yet, it was already too late. Puchi, A sword quietly said through his chest. Ji Kanglin actually already arrived by his side, at who knows when. Even Rong Xiao was actually not in time to stop it either. Ji Kanglin's sword was like a stick of sugar-coated haws, lifting Yi Yuan up. At this moment, Ji Kanglin's face was practically pressed against Yi Yuan's face as he said with a faint smile, "Little junior brother, your talent still lies on the alchemy path. This martial path is not for you." Yi Yuan hung on the sword with his entire body powerless. But currently, a strange smile appeared on his face. Ji Kanglin's brows furrowed, but he lightly spat. Extending his hand, he lightly patted on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's entire person turned into a pile of minced meat. Looks like I really underestimated my little junior brother to have actually obtained even the sun-moon heavenly pupil, this kind of thing. However, the sun-moon heavenly pupil is too much of a waste on you. Ji Kanglin put away the sword and stood there. His finger on his left hand gently tapped out. The illusionary realm collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly well. How was there any sign of getting injured? Crazy, crazy, your puny cultivation realm. Even if you broke through to Tier 9, how can you possibly be his match? You're courting death here, making him suck. You, MB to it just now was only because he wasn't on guard. Once he takes precaution. In my current state, I can't do anything to him at all. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the sun-moon heavenly pupil howled. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "You shut your mouth for me. At this point, you still dare to be full of petty considerations with me? I'm telling you, if I die, you can't survive either. Want to live? Bring out all of your strength." The sun-moon heavenly pupil only has this bit of strength. The sun-moon heavenly pupil's expression turned stiff, but also sensed Yi Yuan's resolve to fight to the death. It was totally impossible to have the slightest leeway to smooth things over. Hey, are the current divine kings all so strong? This guy's understanding of heavenly Tao is too terrifying. His strength is simply not what divine kings can rival. Sun-moon heavenly pupil suddenly said. The sun-moon heavenly pupil was trapped by the vast sun-bright moon realm for over 100,000 years. Although he could sense the arrival of an age of declining laws, he did not know the outside world's martial artist's transformation in strength. Earlier, he clashed with Ji Kanglin, but was frightened by Ji Kanglin's strength. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "This is the realm of void mystic, which already SES the boundary of divine king. Even though it doesn't reach the deity realm's level, it's more than a level stronger than divine king." The sun-moon heavenly pupil's expression was incomparably solemn. He had just displayed the secret illusion, heavenly realm, and actually could not even accomplish trapping Ji Kanglin for an instant. The strength of this void mystic realm was seriously too powerful. Two kinds of heavenly tribulation adding to each other's radiance and beauty, beside Yi Yuan already became a lightning sea. Check again. All of a sudden, the purple-colored tribulation clouds vanished into thin air. Yi Yuan actually already finished transcending the tribulation. A majestic soul force spread out. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Looking at Ji Kanglin, he said, "Coolly, begin then." Myriad soul extinction. In an instant, the entire world fell into darkness. Yi Yuan activated his strongest divine soul mystic art without the slightest hesitation. Myriad soul extinction. Back then, when he displayed this move against Xielingzi, he was just divine traversing realm strength. But the true power of this move needed Alchemy Emperor Soul Force before it could be unleashed. Yi Yuan's soul force already went through the soul-suppressing pearls, strengthening twice. Currently, although he had just entered Alchemy Emperor realm, in terms of strength, he was already not weaker than middle-stage Alchemy Emperor. What a powerful soul force. He has just stepped into Alchemy Emperor realm. How can his soul force possibly be so powerful? What kind of divine soul mystic art is this? So terrifying. I feel that my divine soul is quivering. Peak Alchemy Emperor Qin Zi. As a pinnacle-most alchemist, his divine soul mystic art is sufficient to one-shot numerous divine kings. Below, when quite a few White Tiger clan members saw this scene, they were all incomparably astonished. In the sky, Yi Yuan's soul force undulations, even when separated by such a great distance, they could also distinctly feel it. When Rong Xiao saw this scene, he could not help being secretly alarmed at the might of Yi Yuan's soul force. Although Yi Yuan could not compare to Ji Kanglin in essence energy cultivation realm, with his current soul force coupled with such a powerful divine soul mystic art, it was enough to cause injury to Ji Kanglin. Rong Xiao was also someone very old and experienced, and naturally knew that logic of an opportunity could not be missed. Absolute flame firmament. Rong Xiao pointed a finger out. A pale white flame instantly enveloped Ji Kanglin inside. Chapter 1008, 8 Extremes Sword Domain. Chapter 1008, 8 Extremes Sword Domain. A divine soul attack, an absolutely formidable martial technique. Although it was Yi Yuan and Rong Xiao's first time cooperating, the interaction complemented each other. The two people's timing was grasped perfectly. Both were mighty Peerless experts. Regarding the grasping of timing, it was very on point. Inside that pale white flame, there was already not a tiny bit of undulation emitting out. In the sky, waves of terrifying divine soul undulation transmitted over. The temperature of the pale white flame virtually ignited the totem territory. Take the chance now. Quickly go and rescue the White Tiger spirit. Rong Xiao roared. The spirit of the White Tiger was still struggling desperately, but the distance from the heaven-imprisoning spirit locking flask was becoming closer and closer. This bit of attack is useless to him. Just as Rong Xiao slightly heaved a sigh in relief, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth to say. Rong Xiao's expression changed. That pale white flame suddenly burst open, splattering with countless sparks. Areas where the sparks splashed actually immediately burned several divine king powerhouses to death. 2 unparalleled sword lights pierced right through the pale white flame and shot towards Yi Yuan and Rong Xiao duo. The seemingly ordinary sword light contained tremendous power. Scattering apart the pale white flame, Ji Kanglin's figure emerged once more. The expressions of the group of divine kings all changed and said, "How is that possible?" Patriarch Rong Xiao's absolute flame firmament is a divine rank martial technique of the White Tiger clan. Its power is unimaginable. He actually isn't injured at all. This Ji Kanglin is merely a newly ascended void mystic powerhouse. How can his strength possibly be so strong? Hang on, he's not completely fine. Yi Yuan's divine soul attack previously was not scattered and seemed to have affected him. Similarly, being a void mystic powerhouse, Ji Kanglin's sword light could not pose much of a threat to Rong Xiao. But to Yi Yuan, this casual slash was deadly, especially when Yi Yuan's current tribulation of the fleshy body had not finished transcending completely yet. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he actually grabbed a bolt of lightning barehandedly and directly hurled it at that sword light. Rumble! Being obstructed by this lightning, the sword light's power instantly diminished considerably. But Yi Yuan did not stop and threw several bolts of heavenly tribulation over again. Finally, he utterly extinguished this ray of sword light. While at this time, Yi Yuan's fleshy body tribulation was also finally transcended. The power of a Tier 9 fleshy body let Yi Yuan possess explosive strength. This comfortable feeling made Yi Yuan practically want to tilt his head up to the sky and roar. Myriad soul extinction. Haha, what a terrifying divine, soul mystic art. Back then, if not for using tricks, you and Ji Zhengyang, just by relying on divine, soul mystic arts, are not what I could contend with. Even if the myriad soul extinction was pestering Ji Kanglin like a bone-festering maggot, he was still talking in a jovial manner currently. Just broke through to Tier 9, and little junior brother's soul force is actually formidable to such a degree. Truly mind-boggling. But if you only have this bit of means, it will likely still be hard for you to escape a calamity today. You all have already made a move before. This time, it's my turn. You guys have to be careful, Ji Kanglin said with a faint smile. Up until now, Ji Kanglin had not attacked properly yet. But it was precisely because so that Ji Kanglin gave people an even more mysterious and hard-to-fathom feeling. Just how powerful he was going to be revealed right away. Even the expression of someone as strong as Rong Xiao was also extremely serious at this time. Ji Kanglin wielded a long sword in his hand and leisurely strolled over. At this moment, it was as if there was only him alone left in this world. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his expression involuntarily turned gloomy as he said icily, "You actually comprehended the 8th extreme. No wonder you could break through to the realm of void, mystic." Ji Zhengyang said with a smile, "Yeah, this 8 extreme sword art was even imparted to me by Ji Zhengyang. This 8-direction extreme distance is truly shrouded in mystery. Now, I'll let little junior brother witness it." The 8 extreme sword art was not a divine rank martial technique, but a martial technique that Ji Zhengyang tailor-made for Ji Kanglin. This martial technique, when cultivated to the extreme, would not be any worse off compared to the 10 great divine kings. Ji Kanglin had already comprehended the 7th extreme for 100 years, but was always unable to comprehend the 8th extreme. Did not expect that after he murdered his master, he actually thoroughly comprehended the 8th extreme. Truly, heaven was blind. 8th extreme, 8-direction extreme distance, contained an extremely profound and abstruse concept. Each step that Ji Kanglin took, Yi Yuan's pressure would increase by a portion. That terrifying aura locked onto Yi Yuan from a distance. Under such a powerful martial technique, Yi Yuan was unable to merge into heaven and earth at all. What he could do was to have a frontal clash with Ji Kanglin. However, this was also precisely what he hoped for. Rumble, a terrifying dragon pressure emitted from Yi Yuan's body, breaking through to Tier 9 fleshy body. Yi Yuan's strength increased more than 100 times compared to before. Currently, Yi Yuan's body was gradually being covered by green dragon scales and directly transformed into a half-dragon physique. With a flip of a hand, terrifying undulations transmitted from Yi Yuan's dragon claws. When Rong Xiao saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically. This is late-stage spirit rank dragon wave. A human actually cultivated dragon wave to such a terrifying level. How on earth did he accomplish it? The 4 symbols, family, clans, people all understood that the cultivation of dragon wave was extremely difficult. Those able to cultivate dragon wave to spirit rank within 1,000 years were all people with extraordinary talent. But after cultivating to spirit rank, advancing another step forward was even more doubly difficult and required the ACCU mulation of several thousand years. But how old was Yi Yuan only? Even counting his past life's time, Yi Yuan was also merely just several hundred years old. Yi Yuan was able to cultivate dragon wave to late-stage spirit rank. Genius was not enough to describe him. One had to know that the junior being hailed as a genius in the dragon clan only just cultivated dragon wave to initial stage spirit rank. Initial stage spirit rank and late stage spirit rank. This disparity was not just a little. Only with this. Did those people below know that Yi Yuan dealing with Long Jinhao previously was simply just playing around? But Ji Kanglin was not the slightest bit moved. He already entered a mysterious state, ACCU, mulating power and awaiting release. No matter how the outside world changed, it had nothing to do with him as well. The tip of his sword suddenly lifted. A terrifying domain power instantly wrapped Yi Yuan and Rong Shao up inside. This scene seemed to ring a bell. Back then, when the spirit bristled divine King Ma's sacred 100 divine kings, what he used was this sort of terrifying domain power. Inside the domain, Ji Kanglin was 8G. Countless sword chi swam around within this domain, as if they were currently preparing a terrifying attack. Rong Shao also revealed a visibly moved expression at this time. Ji Kanglin, this newly ascended void mystic realm, his strength was actually powerful to such an extent. Rong Shao also opened up his domain, except his domain was clearly a little weaker compared to Ji Kanglin's domain. Under such a situation, Rong Shao could only preserve himself too. Over at Yi Yuan's side, he was completely powerless to care. Late-stage spirit, rank dragon wave. Pretty decent. Really didn't think that little junior brother actually became powerful to such a degree in this life. However, it ends here. 8 extreme sword domain, kill. Ji Kanglin was still totally unconcerned, as he said. Following the kill word leaving his mouth, within this enormous domain, countless sword light fly around back and forth, and carried out round after round of indiscriminate attacks. Those countless sword lights instantly drowned Yi Yuan out. Chapter 1009, Deceiving Everyone. Chapter 1009, Deceiving Everyone. Sensing the terrifying sword intent coming from inside the domain, everyone's faces all changed. As the Medicine King Hall's new master, in these 20 years, Ji Kanglin was incomparably low profile. Body knew about his strength. But no one would have thought that in just a mere 20 years' time, Ji Kanglin's strength actually already reached such a terrifying degree. Currently, both parties' great battle already reached a white-hot stage. There were divine king powerhouses falling down from the sky nonstop or being finished off directly. But the Medicine King Hall's divine king powerhouses were more than the White Tiger clans. Along with the Pa-S, Sing of Time, the battle situation also leaned towards the Medicine King Hall's side. But this great battle was bound to persist for a very long time. Right now, what the Medicine King Hall was waiting for was for the spirit of the White Tiger to be utterly taken in. Up high in the sky, the spirit of the White Tiger was giving off roaring sounds that reverberated through the sky from time to time. He was struggling desperately, but his body still moved towards the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask bit by bit beyond his control. Currently, the spirit of the White Tiger was already almost reaching the opening of the flash. A little bit more forward, and he would be utterly seized. While the White Tiger clan members also sensed that the strength in their bodies was flowing away little by little currently. Even the imposing momentum of Rong Shao inside the 8 Extremes sword domain also weakened considerably for a moment. Being forced until he was staggering on his feet by countless sword lights, he actually had some trend of being unable to ward off the attacks. As for Yi Yuan's side, it actually went completely silent. For some time, a civ change occurred to the battle situation. The Medicine King Hall already utterly overpowered the White Tiger clan. Ho, the die is cast. Patriarch Rong Shao, give up on resisting. Ji Kanglin said with the ATT, I toot of a victor. Rong Zhao's face fell, and he said solemnly, if you have the capabilities, bring my corpse away. Ji Kanglin shrugged his shoulders and said with a faint smile, then we'll just have to bring Patriarch Rong Zhao's corpse away. Except, it's fine if you died, but could it be that you want all of your clansmen to be buried in death together with you? Rong Zhao's expression changed, and a look of struggle surfaced on his face. But right then, a terrifying undulation suddenly came from high up in the sky. Everyone lifted their heads in astonishment and looked towards the heaven-imprisoning, spirit-locking flask, only to see a figure suddenly appear high up in the sky. That figure wielded a short stick in his hand and was currently speeding towards the heaven-imprisoning, spirit-locking flask with an incredible speed. That figure was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. The current Yi Yuan was bathed in blood all over, his entire body like he crawled out from a sea of blood. But the dragon pressure on him already reached the peak at this time. The expression on Ji Kanglin's face had a change for the first time. He looked at the Yi Yuan covered in wounds in shock, but it was already too late to want to stop Yi Yuan. Sacred Dragon Token. That is, the Sacred Dragon Token. The Sacred Dragon Token, which disappeared for 100,000 years, is actually in Ji Qingyun's hands. Rong Zhao was incomparably shocked, too, his eyes glued on the Sacred Dragon Token in Yi Yuan's hand. Suddenly, Rong Zhao let out a roaring laugh and said, "Ha ha! Truly, heaven is protecting my White Tiger clan. Ji Kanglin, you used all sorts of intrigues and wiles. Didn't think that in the end you were still defeated at Ji Qingyun's hands, right? I offer my blood as sacrifice to the heavenly dragon. Sacred Dragon Token, break for me!" Yi Yuan gave a loud roar, and fresh blood immediately sprayed wildly. But his blood did not fade with the wind, but poured frenziedly into the Sacred Dragon Token. At the same time, the divine essence within Yi Yuan's body also poured crazily into the Sacred Dragon Token like it was free. In virtually an instant, 25% of Yi Yuan's blood essence was drawn away. Roar! An enormous azure dragon broke free from inside the Sacred Dragon Token and charged over towards the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask. Right at this time, the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask was not willing to show weakness either, and immediately radiated with a brilliant splendor, and actually immediately gave up on capturing the White Tiger spirit. It released a streak of ghostly light towards the azure dragon. Rumble! A blinding light was released up in the sky. A subspatial rift appeared in the sky. The pinnacle confrontation of two mighty divine artifacts fought until C virtually cracked apart. The divine king powerhouses in the sky were also injured by this terrifying impact. All of them staggered back and dropped down from the sky. Roar! Without the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask's constraint, the spirit of the White Tiger gave off earth-shaking roars. Yi Yuan's figure also dropped down from the sky powerlessly. The power of this attack already exhausted all of Yi Yuan's strength, being drained of 25% of his blood essence in an instant. This was simply something that could take one's life. This Sacred Dragon Token's method of usage. Yi Yuan learned of it from Long Tongue there. Without deity realm strength, one was simply unable to unleash the true power of the Sacred Dragon Token. Even having divine essence would not cut it either. But the Sacred Dragon Token, as the dragon race's most powerful divine artifact, one could use dragon race blood essence to drive it. Yi Yuan did not sit and wait helplessly for death, being imprisoned inside the 8 Extremes Sword Domain. In that instant, Ji Kanglin unleashed the 8 Extremes Sword Domain. Yi Yuan's late-stage spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was already launched. Yi Yuan broke through to Tier 9 fleshy body, coupled with the late-stage spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The power was unimaginable. But this palm of his was not launched at Ji Kanglin, but directly detonated on the spot. The injuries on Yi Yuan's body were not caused by the 8 Extremes Sword Domain, but caused by the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's explosion. Detonating the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm within an extremely small area, Yi Yuan was virtually committing suicide here. That power was sufficient to blast himself to death. However, it was by relying on this explosion that Yi Yuan forcefully opened up an extremely small no-man's land inside the Eight Extremes sword domain, a vacuum zone that did not belong to the Eight Extremes sword domain. Withstanding this intense explosion, Yi Yuan directly merged into heaven and earth and reached high up in the sky with one teleport and launched a heaven-shaking attack against the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask. To be able to break apart the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask, there was only the similarly divine artifact, Sacred Dragon Token. This move deceived everyone. Yi Yuan practically completed it in an instant. Everyone did not react to it, including Ji Kanglin. Talking about it was simple, but in between this, as long as there was the slightest bit of error, not only would Yi Yuan be directly hacked into meat paste by the Eight Extremes sword domain, he would also be blown into minced meat by his own coiling dragon heaven-devastating palm. From the start, Yi Yuan's objective was not Ji Kanglin, but the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask, because he knew that his current strength could not kill Ji Kanglin at all. While Ji Kanglin risked universal condemnation and wanted to eradicate the White Tiger clan straight away and capture the White Tiger spirit, there was definitely a heaven-shocking conspiracy. Once they let him prevail, the outcome would be unimaginable. And among the people present today, only one person had the ability to break the deadlock. That was Yi Yuan himself. Hence, he offered up his blood essence as the price without the slightest hesitation and activated the Sacred Dragon Token. After one attack, the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask's aura became a great deal more lacquer. Tur all at once, and was completely unable to capture the White Tiger spirit anymore. That White Tiger spirit seemed to have been frightened too. After breaking free, he directly turned into a multicolored stream of light and entered inside the totem territory, not coming out anymore. Right at this time, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Ji Kanglin's figure immediately vanished on the spot. The Eight Extremes sword domain also scattered and dispersed with a loud bang. Rong Xiao finally broke free. However, Rong Xiao's expression changed drastically too, because the direction Ji Kanglin was going in was precisely Yi Yuan there. A terrifying aura rushed towards Yi Yuan at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Ji Qingyun! Rong Xiao gave a loud cry, a look of hopelessness revealing on his face. At this time, he was already too far away to help. Chapter 1010, Number 1 Beauty in the Divine Realm. Chapter 1010, Number 1 Beauty in the Divine Realm. Ji Kanglin's speed was extremely fast. In virtually a blink of an eye, he already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. With Ji Kanglin's strength, body among the people present could stop him at all. Currently, Yi Yuan already fell unconscious and was totally unaware that he was so close to death. Of course, even if he was aware, suffering such severe injuries, it was also not possible to make any counterattacks. Ji Kanglin, if you dare to kill Ji Qingyun, my White Tiger clan will not stop until your death. Rong Xiao roared. However, Ji Kanglin did not delay at all. A sword already arrived in front of Yi Yuan, yet right at this critical moment, boundless snowflakes that filled the sky suddenly appeared in the sky. Virtually in an instant, the entire world became a vast expanse of whiteness. At this moment, it was as if the whole world froze. A fierce wind swept up waves of snowflakes, attempting to stop Ji Kanglin's advancement. It was very strange. Those delicate snowflakes actually made Ji Kanglin's speed fall sharply. In the end, he was actually unable to advance an inch forward anymore. A lithe and graceful figure appeared in the wind and snow, only to see her beckon with a hand. Countless flurries of snow formed an ice bed below Yi Yuan's body, letting Yi Yuan land slowly, This woman was exceedingly cold and gorgeous, as if she was an ice mountain, but her unparalleled looks virtually made all women turn colorless. Ji Kanglin, I won't let you kill him a second time. The woman's words were nonchalant, but revealed determination. Ji Kanglin put away his sword and stood there, but thought nothing of this cold and beautiful to the extreme woman in front of him. Since Ling Xue came forward, I'll let him off today. However, you have to watch little junior brother closely. Next time, he won't be so lucky. Next time, he'll definitely kill you. Spirit Snow Divine King said coldly. This woman was actually the one known as the #1 beauty in the divine realm, Spirit Snow Divine King, Mu Ling Xue. Her sudden appearance finally resolved Yi Yuan's predicament. Ji Kanglin smiled, but declined to comment. His figure moved and vanished from sight. The moment Ji Kanglin left, the Medicine King Hall's other experts also left one after another. The White Tiger clan suffered heavy casualties. At this point, they were completely powerless to stop the departure of the Medicine King Hall's experts. Spirit Snow Divine King looked at the Yi Yuan lying on the ground. A hint of tenderness flickered across her gaze. The divine realm's #1 beauty, Spirit Snow Divine King, probably only when facing him would she reveal this hint of tenderness, right? I chased after Ji Kanglin until here, didn't expect that I actually ran into you. Since you came back to the divine realm, why didn't you come and look for me? Spirit Snow Divine King muttered to herself, but 2 clear rows of tears flowed down from her eyes. After the great battle, the White Tiger clan was in a state of ruin. The losses were immense. When Yi Yuan woke up, it was already 10 days later. The current Yi Yuan was incomparably frail. It was as if his entire person was drained dry. He heard from Lier about the matters after he fell unconscious. Yi Yuan never would have dreamed that he was actually saved by Mu Ling Xue in the end. After Ji Kanglin left, Mu Ling Xue also left immediately. Ling Xue still hates me. Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. The Spirit Snow Divine King. She should still be in love with Big Brother Yuan, right? Otherwise, how could she possibly take action to rescue you? Furthermore, the timing she showed up was so coincidental. Most likely, she has constantly been paying attention to Ji Kanglin's movements, too. This indicates that she might have been thinking of avenging you all along. Lier hesitated for a bit, but still said it in the end. Towards the Spirit Snow Divine King. Lier's feelings were very complicated too, but she would not become jealous like the average girl. On the contrary, she even harbored some remorse towards the Spirit Snow Divine King. On that day, Yi Yuan locked Lier and White Light inside the vast heaven pag. And did not give them the chance to come out at all. They were very anxious inside the vast heaven pag. But completely could not do anything. Hearing Lier's words, Yi Yuan also did not know what he should say. Previous life, Ji Qingyun looked down upon the divine realm. His status was incomparably revered. Only romance this word. He left behind this regret. Reviving, Yi Yuan got together with Lier at the behest of supernatural powers. This could not be said to not be destiny making a fool of men. When Yi Yuan came back to his senses, he noticed that Lier's expression was rather odd, and asked, Lier, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Between you and I, do we still need to make distinctions? Lier suddenly lowered her head and used a mosquito-like voice to say softly, Big Brother Yuan, actually, Lier doesn't mind. Yi Yuan froze and laughed in spite of himself and said, You lot S, what are you saying? It's still more of a debt towards Ling Xue. Sigh, this favor, it will probably be hard to pay off for a lifetime. Lier was delighted in her heart, but had an additional trace of loss. Yi Yuan valued relations. H.I. plus P.S. the most. He himself already said that Spirit Snow Divine King's favor could not be repaid for life. How could this entanglement be that easy to sort out? The hardest to pay off in this world was a debt of love. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's feelings towards Mu Lingxue, most likely even he himself was unable to say clearly, right? Big brother, you finally woke up. Right then, White Light's voice suddenly sounded out, interrupting the two people's thoughts. Yi Yuan looked over and saw White Light left head Elder Rong Kuan over. When Rong Kuan saw Yi Yuan, he also cupped his fists and said, "Younger brother Ji finally woke up. If younger brother had a mishap, my White Tiger clan would really have wronged your excellency." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Head elder, it is best to call me Yi Yuan. Ji Qingyun is already a bygone." Rong Kuan was startled in his heart, but still said, "Hoo-hoo, younger brother, you lost too much blood essence in order to unleash the sacred dragon token this time. The clan has already prepared many blood essence recovering spirit medicines for younger brother. This time, this old man brought it over at the same time." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Then Yi Yuan will accept it respectfully. Thank you very much, head elder." "What's younger brother Yi talking about? This time, if not for you, our White Tiger clan would have already utterly disappeared from the divine realm. Wanna thank. It also has to be this old man who says it to you." Rong Kuan waved his hand and said, talking about this, Yi Yuan's expression darkened as well and said, "Ji Kanglin locked on the target on the White Tiger clan this time. What he's plotting is most likely not small. Furthermore, according to what I know, there isn't the heaven-imprisoning spirit-locking flask, this grade of divine artifact, in the Medicine King Hall at all. I feel that there's likely someone currently brewing a tremendous conspiracy in the divine realm." Rong Kuan also nodded when he heard that and said, "What Patriarch Rong Shao is worried about is also this. Ji Kanglin knows about my White Tiger clan like the palm of his own hand. Even in existence on the level of the White Tiger spirit, he's also aware. The operation this time, he has likely prepared for a long time already. Patriarch already informed the other 3 clan patriarchs of the 4 symbols family clans to let them be more careful. My White Tiger clan having traitors, it's hard to ensure that the other 3 clans don't have traitors." Yi Yuan nodded his head and could not help falling silent. At present, the divine realm was endlessly turbulent. That enormous hand at the back seemed to have already gradually revealed its fangs. The Medicine King Hall openly making a move against the White Tiger clan this time. Regardless of success or failure, it would shock the entire divine realm. Existences on the level of super holy lands always stayed low and restrained. It was already uncertain how many years it had been since such a large-scale divine king battle had been instigated before. Through this incident, the Medicine King Hall's ambition was also laid completely bare. Chapter 1011, Sacred Dragon Tokens Master. Chapter 1011, Sacred Dragon Tokens Master. Chatting idly for a couple more sentences, Rong Kuan actually became somewhat evasive when talking. Yi Yuan knew that he definitely had some words too hard to speak up. Hence, he said, "Whatever words head elder has, just be straight with it." Rong Kuan appeared slightly embarrassed, said as he said, "Ha! Younger brother Yi, the incident this time was stirred up so big, many things can't be concealed anymore either. It's fine that you're bearing the dragon race's bloodline. It's just that this sacred dragon token," the moment Yi Yuan heard, he understood and opened his mouth to ask, "Someone came from the dragon clan?" Rong Kuan nodded his head and said, "The Azure Dragon clan's head elder, Long Zaitian, personally brought people and came over. But Patriarch Rong Shao blocked them first with younger brother Ye's body not being recovered as the reason. It's just that this sacred dragon token is of utmost importance. They likely won't be willing to leave the matter at that. The Dragon Clan's supreme divine artifact, Sacred Dragon Token, was lost for over 100,000 years. Now that it reappeared in the divine realm, it was impossible for the Dragon Clan to not have any indication at all. Such a treasure being left behind outside was a joke to the Dragon Clan in the first place. Now that they knew that the Sacred Dragon Token was in Yi Yuan's hands, they would think of ways to get it back, no matter what. Currently, there was the White Tiger Clan blocking. The Dragon Clan might still say a couple of nice words. If Yi Yuan was not willing to hand it over, they would definitely resort to martial strength in the end too. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Looks like this trip to the Dragon Clan is a must. Forget it. Make a trip then." It's also time for Senior Longtongue and the Dragon Clan's grudge to be resolved. Although Longtongue had never talked with him about his history before, Yi Yuan was also more or less able to guess a little. Even though as long as 50,000 years had said some knots of the heart, Longtongue likely still could not put it down. Hearing that Yi Yuan agreed to go to the Dragon Clan, Rongkuan also heaved a sigh in relief. The White Tiger Clan was currently already in a precarious situation. If Yi Yuan was not willing to go to the Dragon Clan, the White Tiger Clan definitely could not look on with folded arms either. At that time, they would fall into a dilemma. Younger brother Yi, rest assured, going to the Dragon Clan this time. This old man will travel together with you. If any of them dare to touch you, they must step over this old man's dead body. Rongkuan patted his chest and said. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble head elder." Yi Yuan knew that Rongkuan, accompanying him on the trip, was likely that the White Tiger Clan had long discussed it already. Therefore, he did not turn it down either. Presently, Yi Yuan was the entire White Tiger Clan's benefactor. They were unable to fight to the bitter end with the Dragon Clan, and could only do it to this sort of extent. After chatting with White Light for a while, Yi Yuan started close seclusion to recuperate. He had indeed expended too much this time. If he did not have a solid foundation, he might even have directly croaked. He first withstood his own late-stage spirit, rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, and was already badly wounded. Next, he had 25% of his blood essence extracted by the Sacred Dragon Token, nearly draining him into a human jerky. This degree of injury was virtually too far gone for many martial artists. Even if their wounds healed, their martial Dao foundation was basically wasted too. But this did not count for anything to Yi Yuan. A super faction like the White Tiger Clan, their spirit medicine reserves were very abundant. He only needed to recuperate his injuries and refine some blood essence. Recovering medicinal pills would do. It was a little slow, but it was still not to the extent that it would take his life. After an appropriate amount of rest, Yi Yuan finally fully recovered his strength. And in this period of time, Yi Yuan also broke through quite a few cultivation realms in succession, directly reaching peak phaseless realm already. This was entirely the sequela from him, forcefully stimulating the primeval dragon bone. Plus this 1 month's time, he ate countless spirit medicines. Hence, his cultivation realm could not be stopped anymore as well, jumping up 3 levels. Obtaining Rongkuan's answer, the Dragon Clan's Long Zitian did not interrupt Yi Yuan as well, and actually reined in his impatience and waited for him for a month's time. Presumably, this was also looking on account of the White Tiger Clan's face. A month later, Yi Yuan left seclusion but saw an old friend. The Black Dragon Clan's patriarch, Ao Lin. The Black Dragon Clans, standing among the Azure Dragon Clan, was identical with the Crimson Flame Clan's status in the White Tiger Clan, belonging to one of the most powerful branches. Ao Lin had requested medicinal pills from Yi Yuan before. With this to and fro, the two people became very close friends. Yi Yuan's understanding of the Dragon Clan was also mostly through Ao Lin. When Ao Lin saw Yi Yuan, he said emotionally, "Oh, younger brother, back then when I heard of your demise, elder brother, I had no appetite. One, tea for food and drinks for several months, and had no mood to cultivate as well. Hearing your news this time, elder brother repeatedly pleaded with patriarch to definitely make a trip with head elder." Yi Yuan smashed a fist on his chest and said with a smile, "At least you, this old fellow, have some conscience. But coming this time, it isn't with good intentions." Ao Lin's expression turned slightly stiff and was rather embarrassed. As said, him coming this time, saying it a bit nicely was to invite Yi Yuan back. Saying it nastily was to abduct Yi Yuan back. His ident. One, Tai was also very awkward. "Younger brother, Ao Lin said embarrassed. As saidly, Yi Yuan SN. One, GGE, read, and said, "You old punk, still the same OL? Honest blockhead. Just cracking a joke. You even took it seriously." Ao Lin, this person was a very inflexible person, but was also rather loyal to friends, suited Yi Yuan's temperament very much. In his previous life, Yi Yuan did not like to play those little tricks. Therefore, he liked to make friends with straightforward people. This Ao Lin was one of them. Yi Yuan helped Ao Lin with a great favor back then. This Ao Lin was naturally endlessly grateful towards Yi Yuan. It was just that now, things were still the same, but the people were no longer the same. When Ao Lin saw Yi Yuan's appearance, he could not help sighing deeply as he said, "Many years of not seeing, didn't expect that, younger brother. You actually took on this appearance." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "What's bad about this? To me, it might not be a bad thing. Head elder, I still have some matters to attend to in the White Tiger clan. I'll travel together with you all to the Dragon Clan tomorrow. Is it all right?" Long Zaiqian already waited for a month. He naturally did not care about this one day either, and there obviously was no reason to not permit it. He could only open his mouth and say, "Master Qingyunzi, this sacred dragon token, could you lend it to this old man for a look?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Of course there's no problem." Done talking, Yi Yuan directly took out the fire rod-like sacred dragon token. The dragon pressure emitting off of the sacred dragon token made Long Zaiqian and company all feel waves of terror. Yi Yuan was not afraid of Long Zaiqian stealing it either and directly threw it to him. The sacred dragon token already acknowledged him as its master, unless Long Zaiqian killed him. Otherwise, even if he had the sacred dragon token, he was unable to use it too. And Rong Kuan was present as well. This place was the White Tiger clan's territory too. Even if Long Zaiqian was loaned 2 hands, he could not kill him either. Long Zaiqian lightly caressed the sacred dragon token like he was stroking his own lover, unable to take his hands of it. Over 100,000 years already. The sacred dragon token was lost for a full 100,000 years. This time, it finally returned to the Dragon Clan. Long Zaiqian said with vicissitudes of emotion. The meaning in his words was like Yi Yuan already agreed to return the sacred dragon token. But how was this possible? In this world, body would hand over a divine artifact so casually to others, right? Even Yi Yuan could not do it either. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Head elder had best stop dreaming. The sacred dragon token, I won't return to the Dragon Clan. Right now, I'm the sacred dragon token's master." Chapter 10:12. Not happy, suck it up. Chapter 10:12. Not happy, suck it up. Done talking, Yi Yuan silently recited an incantation. The sacred dragon token actually directly broke free of the palm of Long Zaiqian's hands and returned to Yi Yuan's hands. Long Zaiqian's face turned black. The originally amicable atmosphere was immediately utterly ruined. Ji Qingyun, I call you Qingyun Zi, doesn't mean that you can treat the Dragon Clan anyhow you please. Disregarding that you're currently all alone in the world, even when you were still the Medicine King Hall's young lord back then, my Dragon Clan will also have to retrieve this sacred dragon token. This sacred dragon token. You got to hand it over whether you want to or not. Long Zaiqian said in a solemn voice. But Yi Yuan was not annoyed in the slightest. Instead, he said with a faint smile, if I didn't remember wrongly, regarding this sacred dragon token, the Dragon Clan seems to have a rule, right? Long Zaiqian could not help choking up. Only now did he recall that rule. The person able to make the sacred dragon token acknowledge, as its master was the leader of the Dragon Clan. Just now, Yi Yuan summoned back the sacred dragon token effortlessly. Clearly, the sacred dragon token had already acknowledged him as master. That was to say that Yi Yuan was currently the lord of the Dragon Clan. What nonsense! How could a human possibly become the lord of the Dragon Clan? But the problem was, why would the sacred dragon token acknowledge a human as its master? Where did this outcome put them, these true Dragon Clansmen? No idea why Long Zaiqian actually became angry with a mere tool. Seeing Long Zaiqian's reaction, Yi Yuan said smilingly, looks like Head Elder knows about this rule. Then it's easy to settle. Putting aside other things for the time being, just your ATT, I tood earlier, shouldn't you apologize to me first? Or is Head Elder planning to disrespect your forefathers? A faint smile hung on Yi Yuan's face, quietly awaiting Head Elder's apology. Ao Lin seriously could not look on anymore. Seeing Long Zaiqian in a bind, he could only say to Yi Yuan, younger brother, this. Head Elder was also anxious for a moment, and didn't have the intention of offending. Looking on account of elder brother's face. Let it go? Long Zaiqian's expression was very ugly. Yi Yuan holding the sacred dragon token in his hand was equivalent to holding a royal regalia. Even if he went the Dragon Clan, he could also do as he pleased, unless they really disrespected their forefathers, and head away the sacred dragon token in Yi Yuan's hands. But think of how they treated the lineage of bloodline as the most important in the family clan. They naturally also respected their forefathers the most. Making them go against this ancestral teaching was simply even harder than carving off the flesh. Long Zaiqian suddenly felt that this sacred dragon token was simply like a fishbone stuck in the throat, unable to go up nor go down, suffocating to the extreme. Ao Lin's face, Yi Yuan naturally had to give. Hence, he nodded and said, all right then, I'll give elder brother. You face today. But not to be taken as a precedent. I'm the master of the sacred dragon token. Even if you guys are unhappy about me, you have to at least maintain due respect on the surface. As long as you don't let me see it, however you all talk in private, that's your business. Yi Yuan knew that going to the Dragon Clan this time, he would definitely have many difficulties. The final goal was naturally for the sacred dragon token's owners. H+P. Furthermore, his current strength was indeed a little weak. Even if they knew that he was Ji Qingyun, it was also not possible to truly attach importance to him. Therefore, Yi Yuan's objective was very simple. If there was unhappiness, suck it up. Otherwise, it was disrespecting the forefathers. This crime was not what the average dragon race member could take on. After a round of not very merry meeting, Yi Yuan went to see Rong Xiao again. His goal of meeting Rong Xiao was very simple. He wanted to bring away a few people from the White Tiger dungeon. Originally, he was planning on directly taking the people away. But now that the White Tiger clan owed him a tremendous favor, this bit of request was not considered over the top as well. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was not letting them go, but enslaving them for several thousand years. It was also considered continuing to atone for the things they did before as well. When Yi Yuan's figure appeared in the White Tiger dungeon, once more, it caused a stir again. I'm only bringing 3 people out. My requirement isn't high. Be my servant for 1,000 years, and I'll let you guys go free. Yi Yuan's sentence immediately caused an uproar. He bargained with Rong Shao and finally obtained 3 quotas. These people were all the White Tiger clan's felons. For Rong Shao to be able to give Yi Yuan 3 quotas was already going by a ma's backdoor. Moreover, Rong Shao knew that the people Yi Yuan was bringing away were definitely all people with extremely formidable strength. Even if it was just 1,000 years, if the other party took revenge on the White Tiger clan in the future, the White Tiger clan would likely suffer heavy casualties. This Rong Shao actually took on a tremendous risk. Everybody did not think that Yi Yuan actually really realized his promise back then, and was going to bring people out, especially those people who mocked Yi Yuan the last time. Each and every one of them was on tenterhooks, fearful of Yi Yuan directly rejecting them. They were already trapped in the White Tiger dungeon for D knows how many years. More than half of their strength was already lost. Carrying on to waste away like this, it was also an outcome of death. This Ned place, they did not wish to stay for a second anymore. Ao Qian was naturally the first one to sign up. He immediately shouted loudly, "Younger brother, I'm willing to be your servant for 1,000, no, 2,000 years, as long as you bring me out. Look, elder tongue, and I came from the same lineage. You have got to consider me first no matter what, isn't that so?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You count as one. Enter a soul contract first. The White Tiger clan will naturally let you out." The moment Ao Qian heard, he could not help being overjoyed and hurriedly signed a soul contract with Yi Yuan. This transaction was also considered done. Rumble. The dungeon gates opened with a loud crash. A dark figure leaped out. It was actually an azure dragon. Ha ha ha. Ao Qian, was trapped for 20,000 years. I finally came out. Ao Qian laughed wildly. After a while of unbridled dancing in the air, Ao Qian finally turned into human form and came before Yi Yuan to bow in salute as he said, "Ao Qian has seen your excellency." Seeing that Ao Qian really went out, the rest could not hold back anymore as well. "Your excellency, I'm willing to become your servant. Your excellency, I'm willing to." These criminals all fell over each other in a mad rush to be first, afraid of being left out by Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan naturally would not pick those people with low strength. He asked Ao Qian, "Apart from you, who else is the strongest in this place?" Ao Qian gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said, "Replying, your excellency, this place, apart from me, just Wu Luo and Jiang Taitsong's strength are the strongest. Apart from them, there are still quite a few divine king powerhouses. It's just that their strength, compared to the 2 of them, are all a notch inferior." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Who you're talking about should be those 2 people who questioned me the last time, right?" The moment these words came out, Wu Luo and Jiang Taitsong, the 2 of them, their breathing could not help become disorderly. This sentence was practically sentencing them to death. At this moment, the 2 of them wished that they could slap their mouths mushy. This mouth was so despicable, no point in wanting it either. "Your excellency, I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. My dog eyes were blind. Wu Luo, am willing to become your excellency's servant. I beg your excellency to bring me out." Wu Luo practically said with a wail, "Your excellency, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted like a SN. Your excellency, I'm begging you to take me out." This N place, I don't wish to stay for a second anymore. As long as your excellency bring me out, even if I slave and toil, Jiang Taitsong is perfectly happy to do so too. Jiang Taitsong was even more direct, immediately slapping his own mouth, going slap slap.